Fluffy nuts.
Hey, what's up, Dark? Oh shit. Hey, what's up, Dark Side?
Not much. Um, I'm interested in hearing some of the shit that you've got to say about some of these cases. I think that you're a very smart man and that you've got a good insight on things.
Well, which cases?
Well, I'm going to be working first, I think, on the Summer Wells. Then
Mm,
there's the Murdoch
yeah,
case down in South Carolina.
yeah, the
I,
Murdo case.
yeah,
It's a house. It's a fucking house.
I know. But the Delfino murders, I know nothing except for, the pictures and a little bit of what I've seen on TV. I've not really delved into that. So
Yeah. But which murder case are you looking at now? I might be able to give some insight. I do not know which one you are looking into now.
I would like to do Summer Wells because
Summer Wells,
something,
yeah.
yeah, something is really fucking fishy about that. But also the Idaho 4.
Yeah, the Idaho 4 is very curious, and well, all Summer Wells is too, but um, may I state what I think about Summer Wells' case?
Oh, go ahead, of course.
Don Wells and Candace knows what happened to her. They, in my opinion, they know exactly what happened to her. Not so much Don, though. I don't think he knows exactly, but Candace does. I will just say that is I can also elaborate the
Oh,
reasoning
please.
behind what's up.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. The reasoning behind my thoughts is look at what happened. All we have to do is put a timeline up and look at the timeline. Mm, Okay, the grandmother. Oh, they had pots. They were fucking, and then she walked into the house, and Summer, not Summer, yes, Summer. Well, she walked into the house, and Candace said, "I saw her go there." Okay, if you saw her go into there, all you have to do is use some logic. If you saw her go into there, then you would know that she wasn't there. Then she goes in and says, "Where is she?" Okay, why would you even ask that? First off, why would you even ask that question? You would know because Candace says it was only like 1 or 2 minutes. Is that not what she says?
That's what she says.
Yeah, see, I do not believe that. If if anything, let's take the other side. Let's say that she didn't know she disappeared and it was 1 or 2 minutes. It's not. It's it. It is not 1 or 2 minutes. No matter what, there's no way in hell, even if she was grabbed, it's not 1 or 2 minutes. All I do is think logically. All you have to do is put yourself in that predicament. Okay, Dark side, put yourself there. You're a little kid, you run inside. Let's say she's telling the truth. Everybody, let us say she's telling the truth. Okay. Okay, 2 minutes. What when you're a kid and say within 2 minutes, I can understand this. You climb down those stairs, right?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe. I I can understand that. But in those 2 minutes, how long do you think it would take for a little girl to go and then go down the stairs? Oh,
I don't
it's not even stairs. Sorry, I'm sorry. It's a goddamn ladder.
where they had her at speaks volumes of what they thought of
Yeah,
her children.
basement. Yeah, it was a fucking basement, and that's where they slept.
And see, I
But that,
remember being like a kid and going down steps or going
mm,
up them. And I mean, you bolt up that shit or you go down it, it don't take you long. And I just, I mean, I look at it like this. I look at Candace is not a little woman. And if she was out there planting fucking flowers, it would have took her at least 2 minutes to get up and get into the house, much less ask the boys where she is.
yeah. Well, you also have to consider this. It took her 6 hours later before she started yelling for her daughter. So, oh god. But I digress. Hmm. I will tell you this though. I'm only talking my perspective, what I
Yes.
think. I am not going off of anything else. Please, everybody, don't say, fuck Frank, you goddamn asshole. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I am. But I will tell you this, though. I believe that Candace knows where the fuck she is. Or she's dead already.
Yeah, I think that I agree with you because there's two theories I think that could have happened to her. Candace definitely knows where she is, and she could be in sex trafficking or she could be dead, and
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Well, will you please tell me your theories?
I think first of all, and I've been around women that do drugs and stuff, and they let their children run. And I'm not talking about smoking pot. People that smoke pot, they're not like meth heads and shit.
Yeah,
And
you're talking about the hard drugs like crystal
yeah,
meth and coke, and yes, yeah, I
and
agree.
I think, well, I think that maybe that there was something going on there. Also, she's talking about drinking. She, to me, there was something going on between her and that little boy. So that makes me, alert of her. And then Don had these things in his past. So I don't think they really were concerned about these children. And I think that either she's hurt her or she has got gone and somebody got her. But I'm thinking that she has sold her into some sort of sex trafficking. I honest to God believe that. I think that she's owed somebody something and that fucking she's give them their daughter. I don't know. I hate saying that, but that's my opinion. I don't know. And she could be Robin. I mean, you know, I've been to Tennessee, and when I was in Tennessee, they asked me to leave and not come back until I could act right. So um, I don't know. I don't know what to think. I know that in the South, there is a lot of cops that just half-ass do their job. But then again, this something's not fucking right here. And the fact that Dawn and Candace they're not concerned about this as much as parents should be. If my grandchild was gone for 10 minutes and I couldn't find her when we were fostering children, one of the little girls hid. And within 2 minutes of me not finding her, I was ready to call 911. And I mean, she was just hid, she thought it was funny. But I can't see allowing that much time going by and not trying to find your child, or freaking the fuck out and wondering where your child is. It don't make sense to me. It has been, Robin. I just wish that they, something is not right in the long run anyway, because they come in and took the rest of the children. And I mean, from the pictures I've seen of the house, I can understand why, but they've not tried to fix the house to get the children back. You know, um, it's like they don't care. They don't care their children are gone. Now they can do what they want, and it still falls back to me of Candace and that 15-year-old little boy. I have never had the urge to hang out with 15-year-old little boys at 18, 19, none of that, much less as a grown woman. And something is not right there. And then there was accusations of Dawn, with his sister, all this stuff. And I wonder if maybe something went on and somebody seen it, and so they thought they had to get rid of the little girl, or they've put her somewhere as in trading for maybe drugs. I don't know. But whenever she does interviews, she's just not drunk and she's not high on pot. She's on more than those two things. Yeah, yeah, that guy, at first I thought he was a good guy, and then it's just like, I don't know, I feel like he's just chasing so that the media puts their eyes on him and he gets this reputation or something. I mean, too many people want to be heroes and not figure out what in the hell's going on. These are children. We are to protect these children, and nobody gives a fuck. It's like, well, let's do this, let's do that. No, let's find this fucking child. No matter what it takes, let's make that the first priority. And if she is dead, I have this weird feeling, I don't know, gut feeling, whatever you want to call it, that she is underneath that house down there, buried in something. I don't know if she is or not. Also, was it Candace's sister came up missing? And they said she just ran away. She was not that young. She was a little older. But at the same time, where the fuck is she at? If she just run away at this point, it looks to me like, hey, the woman would step up and say, hey, I'm alive. I just don't like these people and don't want them to know where I'm at. So this is what's going on. Frank, what's your theory on this? And by the way, where the fuck is Buddy? Buddy is the one that set me up to do a live tonight. I was planning on doing homework and going to bed. I don't know. And you would think that if it was just a simple, let's be honest, Dawn and Candace are not brilliant people. They're not criminals in that sense of it. And I don't think that they're going to have enough sense just to bury her and the dogs not find her or something like that. But yeah, I couldn't remember why the sister left. Um, but after this long, it looks like if people are accusing her of being dead, that she would be like, okay, well, I'm not dead, but, this is where I am. Or maybe not say where she is, but at least acknowledge that she is living because it's just too many. I get weary when too many deaths go on around certain people. Like if 5 people got killed around me, then the law is going to be looking at me, wanting to know, hey, why are you the only motherfucker that's still alive? There's a lot. Hey, Monica, thank you. I agree, Robin. I think that maybe that somebody did dispose of her, and I'm thinking that maybe it could definitely the husband would be the one I would look at first, but also, hey, the purchase. Um, oh yeah, yeah, I think so too. And what's odd is that Dawn gets drunk and does YouTube videos. Now, I've not watched any of them, so if anybody has, please put your input in. Let me know what you think about them, what's getting said. But he has no trouble in getting in front of the camera. Candace wants nothing to do with getting in front of the camera, whether it be because she smokes pot, she drinks, whatever the reason being, I don't know. But she does not want to be in front of the camera at all. And then, like you said, Robin, it could be because whenever Chris got involved, then, maybe he did something that made her feel like I don't trust the media. Fluffy Nuts, the chat is saying hello. Let me pull my book out on what I've got of her. Because I'm not even going to lie. I've listened to people that do the future. I have listened to police officers. I love the behavioral panel. If y'all have not ever watched that, watch the behavioral panel. I'm telling you, these men, 2 of them were in the military and they were interrogators. And I don't know if you know what interrogators do in the military, but they get answers. And then one was a detective, and then the British guy, he teaches like members of the parliament. I don't know what really you would call it over there, how to conduct themselves in public and how to speak, how to get where they need to be. But these are some very educated men. And see, I've got something too that Candace was jealous over her sister Rosemary. Has anybody else heard anything about that? And let me just. I've got pictures and shit too, because I like to see things in my hand. But do you see the difference in how they look? She looks like he said something he should not say. And this is only perception. I would have to go back and watch the video and shit. And I don't know. Is it? I didn't know.
Oh shit, I was goddamn muted. I was saying a bunch of shit.
I was wondering. I was like, where did he go?
No, I was fucking muted. I was saying a bunch of shit, but oh damn it. So everything I said, oh, I was okay. Let me reiterate what I was trying to say. God
Okay.
damn it, really? Uh, I didn't know that I was muted.
Yeah, I thought maybe you'd went to the bathroom to get cigarettes or something.
No, I was fucking muted. That was my fault. Did you hear when what I was talking about Don Wells or no?
No.
Oh goddamn. Okay, yeah, I was muted a long time. Um, okay, shit. Let me re-say what I was saying. I um I was saying that you did hear the I think Candace knows what. Did you at least hear that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So, damn, I'm trying to catch up. Not catch up, catch up like a fucking, no, catch up. Um, yeah, I'm a fucking moron. I can't believe I muted myself. Oh, fuck. Okay, let me speak on it now. What I was trying to say, not trying to say, what I was saying. So you believe that within 2 minutes, 2 minutes, correct? Isn't it 2 minutes that
It
they
was about
say?
2 minutes. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. 2 minutes. She climbed down that ladder and supposedly went out the back. That's what everybody says. And then some dude fucking grabbed her and went down the dog trail or where did he go?
They say through some ass trail down through the woods, and they
Yeah,
show
it's the
the
dog trail. Yes, yeah.
yeah.
See, that that is hard to believe because only because you the person would have unless maybe the person was already set up there. Oh, guess what, everybody? Sell your kid.
Exactly.
And
That's what I think.
I am not trying to be a smartass. I am just speaking truth. Your kid would not your kid can disappear in 2 minutes. But their house, the way it is set up, no. The possibilities of that is none. Zero.
Well, too, she had a favorite dog that she always played with, and my experience with animals, even the shitty ones, you get those dogs sometimes that are stupid. But if somebody would have grabbed her and she was trying to get away, I think that those dogs would have taken out after her. And to me, that would have drawn attention that, hey,
Yes,
something's going
exactly.
on.
Yes. See, that's another thing. Because all of the dogs are outside. That it just makes no sense to me. You do you know what makes sense to me?
What's that?
They fucking set it up. They sold her, and you hear that? That was good.
Yep.
This, I'm sorry. No, I am a jackass. You have to remember that.
I know that, but you're funny.
Yeah, I'm funny as hell. But um the you're funny. I love Jen, the dark side I love.
Oh my
But
God.
okay, let me get back to seriousness. Oh shit. But I do think I know the dog. I know the dogs. I know the dogs. Their scent, the scent took them to the trail, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So if we are going to deduct this shit, where did she go? If you put, I don't think somebody carried her. I think I think somebody led her.
I do too. I think it was somebody that's close to them that she would have went with.
Exactly. That is what I think. And people can fucking annihilate me, but I don't care. That is my theory. I think it was somebody that she trusted.
Yeah. That's why the dogs didn't go crazy. That's why, for lack of better words, mom was preoccupied. And Robin, you know that I know I hate saying this because I know a lot of people don't believe in it, but there was
Oh,
actually, huh?
oh, Summer would go with anyone. How do you know that, Robin? How the fuck do you know that? And I love you, Robin, but how the fuck do you know that oh, she would just go with anybody. Did you know her personally? No, I doubt that.
I'm wondering how many people in that vicinity she knew. Thank you, Scooby Mom.
Oh, okay. See, Robin, I don't. Hey, I'm not saying your theory is wrong, Robin. I'm just telling my theory. Yeah. Well, guess what? That's a different case, Robin. Robin, let me tell you this. That is a different case. You cannot connect the two because they are different. That it's not the same thing. Well, you can connect them in your mind and say, "Oh shit." That's like Facebook shit.
Well, did the with the FedEx one, um, did he snatch her or did she actually get in the truck? I didn't follow that much because they found her pretty quickly, and I didn't want to hear no more about that child's death.
No, hold on. I have nothing against you, Robin, but oh, have a uh, have an open mind. Don't just say, "Oh, do not just listen to what people tell you, Frank." Oh, yes, of course, Robin. I know that. I fucking know that. Oh shit. Do you, Robin, you know me. Do you think I do not know that?
You know, I'm wondering if if the police looked into drug activity around there. Like if the mom was using drugs, if who she got the drugs from.
Yeah. That's the. Now Robin's coming at me. Hey,
He's cautious.
I gave my opinion. If you don't like it, why are you even fucking coming at me? I would like your opinion, but do not come at me. I am just stating my opinion. That is all it is. Shit, these motherfuckers. I respect Robin a lot too.
Yeah, I like Robin. What is he? Sorry, but Sheriff
Sorry, but sure,
Brandon
Brandon.
Lawson.
I guess they meant the sheriff. Brandon Lawson could very well know what happened to Lil Summer. I
Oh
felt
yeah.
they no, yes, in a sense they
No, go ahead and
and
explain because I've only heard bits and pieces about the sheriff and his son. So I'm not familiar with, what all went on there.
hey, Robin, I am too, honey. I'm not trying to fucking fight with you. No, Surfy, the pedo. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. I know who they're talking about. But see, that's when it gets convoluted. That's all I will say about that. It gets very fucking convoluted when Fred Hill, sure, all of them came in and, um, no, I disregard all of that shit. No, no, Shuby Mom, what the fuck?
I want to look more up on that sheriff and his son and see what all is going on there. But I
Yes,
just
but I don't want her to feel, no, no, what the? Okay, I'll shut up. No, do not. What is your theory? Stop. Don't do that. Fucking. I hate people that do that shit. They're like, hey, I'm giving you a theory. But, oh, you don't like my theory? Hey, I am listening to you and trying to figure this out just like you. So, if you give me good information, I will be like, oh, god damn, that's something I have not heard. Shuby Mom, do not shut up.
look,
Yeah,
Frank. They love
I
you.
do. No, I do love you. I really do. I love you. I I love her with all my heart. Whatever's left. No, Shuby Mom is really cool. That's why I was like, what the fuck? I so fucking love you.
I don't never hear him tell anybody that.
Yeah. This case, though, it's been a struggle throughout. Um, what I mean by struggle, nobody's going to figure this out.
I don't think so either. I
I
really,
mean, I've delved into it since 2000, what, when it first happened.
yeah.
Yeah, I was on Ziggy's. Everybody was trying to figure it out. I went to another. This, but I will give my input. I think a lot of the YouTubers fucked this case up.
Yeah.
No, they really did. Benny Keys was down there. Who Bullhorn Fuckface was down there. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry for calling her that. No, I'm not.
Oh
Bullhorn
my God.
Fuckface was down there. Um,
The turtle
who else was down there?
the
Molly
turtle crew.
Go, yeah, and Molly Go suck my dick, and
Oh my
it's
God, that lady. I don't know what it is. I've watched her a little bit, but Molly Go lately, she's just, is she like a raging alcoholic or something? I mean, is she always drunk?
well, I'm always drunk, but yeah, maybe
Yeah,
she
but
is.
you're not like that. You're not trying to sell stuff and putting
Yeah,
your goods up in the in the window for
mm,
people to see.
yeah. She is a little bit awkward. Well, at least for me.
Yeah, the community has filled that youngin, and Frank, do not put your goods up in the window for people to see.
Well, I never will.
I didn't know what that
E-
sound was.
Even though I'm crazy, I will never do that.
So let's talk now about the damn Murdoch case, because now there is some shit where
Well,
there's
it's
like
a
video
house. It's a house.
evidence. A lawyer said that.
No, he said that on the 911 call.
I know.
Play
It's
the
like he couldn't describe it. Hold on, let me find it real quick. Go ahead and finish.
Okay. All I was saying, it everybody listened to the 911 call. This motherfucker, he gets mad. It's like he's insulted because they ask him, is it a trailer or a house? And he's like, it's a house. Fucking dumbass.
Here it is. I'm gonna play it.
He's so fake. Dark side. He is so fake.
Oh, I know. He's a fucking lawyer.
That motherfucker is as fake as it gets. You gonna play it?
I'm sorry, I'm
His
playing it, and I forgot to stream it.
his 911 call, right?
Yeah.
Everybody listen to his ass. He shit.
911. Where's your emergency?
This is Alex Murdoch at 4147 Moselle Road. I need the police to answer immediately. My wife and child.
Did you hear what he said at first?
7 Moselle Road in Allison.
Sir?
You said 4147 Moselle Road in Allison?
He said his damn name.
147 Moselle Road.
Stay on the line with me, okay? Yes, sir. Stay on the line with me, okay?
Hello?
I'm still here. Stay on the line. I'm still here, okay? Collison, I have an Alex Murdoch on the line, caller from 4147 Moselle Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot. Mr. Murdoch, go ahead and talk to Collison.
It's 4147 Moselle Road. I've been up to it now. It's bad.
It's so fake.
Conner County Communications.
Collison, I have an Alex Murdoch on the line, caller from 4147 Moselle Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot.
Okay, and sir, give me the address again.
It's 4147 Moselle Road. I've been up to it now. It's bad.
Okay.
Who says that? I've been up to it and it's bad. This is
I
your wife
know.
and child.
I know, Jen. That is what I'm telling you. This motherfucker is so fake, but I need to shut up and let it play.
No,
They
we'll
can-
listen to the rest of it. It's like 7 minutes of this shit. I didn't realize it was that long.
Yeah, well,
Okay,
I will
and
tell.
are they?
Sorry.
No, it's alright. All I was going to say is he's a dumbass. You can
Yeah,
tell just.
Every bit of it is just, I mean, you can tell he's not upset. He's not crying. He's trying to fake it. And it's just not working. I mean, if I was on the jury and I heard this shit, I'd be like, this motherfucker is lying like hell.
Yes, he is.
Let's listen to the rest of it.
Breathing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son?
My wife and my son.
Are they vehicle?
No, ma'am. They're on the ground out at my kennels.
Oh my god.
Okay, and did you see anyone? Okay, is he breathing at all?
No, nobody.
Is she? Okay, do you see anything? Do you see anyone in the area?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
What color is your house on the outside? What color is your house on the outside?
It's white. You can't see it from the road.
Okay, is it a house or a mobile home?
It's a house.
Okay, and what is your name?
My name is Alex Murdoch.
I was waiting on that.
Okay, and did you hear anything, or did you come home and find them?
Oh, man,
He
I've
was
been
so
gone.
offended.
I just came back.
Okay, and what else is to be at your house?
No, ma'am. Please hurry.
We're getting somebody out there to you.
Oh. Oh, man. Oh.
Well, all I have to say is look how he
Okay, what
opened.
is her name?
Hold on 1 second. Let me stop it.
Maggie.
Okay, go ahead.
No, you did not have to stop. It's just look at how he opened it up. Go back to the beginning and look at how he started. the 911 call and use some common sense. I know you have a lot. He automatically was trying to be defensive.
Yeah. And two, just something that's odd to me, the dogs started barking at that point. This whole time they
Yes,
have not been
they
barking.
did. Yes.
Okay, we're starting it over.
Hampton County 911, where's your emergency?
This is Alex Murdoch at 4147 Moselle Road. I need the police to answer immediately. My wife and child just shot badly.
Okay, you said 4147 Moselle Road in Allison?
Sir?
You said 4147 Moselle Road in Allison?
Yes, sir. 4147 Moselle Road.
Stay on the line with me, okay? Yes, sir. Stay on the line with me, okay?
Hello?
I'm still here. Stay on the line. I'm still here, okay? Collison, I have an Alex Murdoch on the line, caller from 4147 Moselle Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot. Mr. Murdoch, go ahead and talk to Collison.
It's 4147 Moselle Road. I've been up to it now. It's bad.
Okay.
Conner County Communications.
Collison, I have an Alex Murdoch on the line, caller from 4147 Moselle Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot.
Okay, and sir, give me the address again.
It's 4147 Moselle Road. I've been up to it now. It's bad.
Okay. Okay.
Oh,
And are they
it's
breathing?
bad.
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son?
My wife.
Robin's wanting to hear it from the beginning again because she didn't catch it. Did you notice? I mean, and God forbid, but think about it. If something would happen, I mean, wives and husbands are different in a way, but God forbid you come up and find your child shot. I would be losing my fucking shit. They would never understand what I was saying.
Yes, no shit, you would.
And
Because he is very calm. Well, in my perspective. But
Yeah.
you could say that, oh, well, everybody takes it differently. Yes.
Nah.
And I do believe that everybody takes it differently. But I also believe if somebody kills somebody, they already know what they have done.
I'm telling you, he is guilty as fuck. I'm gonna play it from
Hey, I'm with you, Jen.
I'm gonna play it from the beginning, and then I want to play you 10 to Life. If y'all are not subscribed to her, she is really good too.
Hampton County 911, where's your emergency?
This is Alex Murdoch at 4147 Moselle Road. I need the police to answer immediately. My wife and child just shot badly.
Okay, you said 4147 Moselle Road in Allison?
Sir?
You said 4147 Moselle Road in Allison?
Yes,
At
sir.
the beginning,
4147 Moselle Road.
Stay on the line with me, okay? Yes, sir. Stay on the line with
Go ahead, Frank.
no, I'm sorry. Robin is saying I just cannot figure out what he says.
I know. I'm gonna play it again, and I want y'all to listen. You know, when you get excited, your adrenaline runs, and your breathing is different. And if you listen to his breathing, it's faked.
It
He's
is
not
very
about it.
fake. I agree with you. I will shut up.
Hampton County 911, where's your emergency?
This is Alex Murdoch at 4147 Moselle Road. I need the police to answer immediately. My wife and child just got badly.
Hampton County 911, where's your emergency?
This is Alex Murdoch at 4147 Moselle Road. I need the police to answer immediately. My wife and child just got badly.
Okay, you said 4147 Moselle Road in Arlington?
Sir?
You said 4147 Moselle Road in Arlington?
Yes, sir. 4147 Moselle Road.
Stay on the line with me,
Please
okay?
hurry.
Yes, sir. Stay on the line with me, okay?
And also why I mean this probably doesn't mean anything. One, I cannot is that what he says, Robin? I couldn't understand it. But it sounds like he has them on speakerphone. And that to me, you know, and like you said, Frank, fucking he mentions his name.
Yes,
Like,
he
why would
does.
you mention your name, address?
I know he does. If you rewind it, Robin is saying it got badly. No, he did not say got badly. Would you mind playing it again, just so I
No,
can
that's fine.
elaborate on it? Because Robin thinks he's saying got badly. Is that what you think he's saying, Robin? Got badly? No, he's not saying that.
It's like he's talking before 911 picks up. Let's see.
Hampton County 911, where's your emergency?
This is Alex Murdoch at 4147 Moselle Road. I need the police to answer.
Okay, can you pause it right now?
Yeah.
He said, "This is Murdoch," and he gave his address. Everybody hear that?
Yeah.
Please continue. Well, I'm talking to Robin.
Hampton County 911, where's your emergency?
This is Alex Murdoch at 4147 Moselle Road. I need the police to answer immediately.
And he gives the
My wife and
destination.
child just got
Where is that?
badly.
Okay, you said 4147 Moselle Road in Arlington?
Sir?
You said 4147 Moselle Road in Arlington?
Yes, sir. 4147 Moselle Road.
Stay on the line with me, okay?
Tell me if y'all think he says, as soon as you can hear his voice, does he say, oh shit, or something shit?
Hmm.
Hampton County 911, where's your emergency?
This is Alex Murdoch at 4147 Moselle Road. I need the police to answer immediately. My wife and child just got badly.
Okay, you said 4147 Moselle Road in Arlington?
Sir?
You said 4147 Moselle Road in Arlington?
Yes, sir. 4147 Moselle Road.
Stay on the line with me,
Please
okay?
hurry.
Yes, sir. Stay on the line with me, okay?
It does a little bit at the very end.
Oh,
Can you play that again?
Yeah, and he says something right there when that number's getting dialed that's not hello or something. There's something in there he says again. And I want to tell y'all, being from the South, damn, he has a Southern accent that's very rare in South Carolina.
Yeah. I'm
Hampton County 911, where's your emergency?
this is Alex Murdoch at 4147 Moselle Road. I need the police and the ambulance immediately. My wife and child got badly.
Okay, you said 4147 Moselle Road in Allison?
Sir?
You said 4147 Moselle Road in Allison?
Yes, sir. 4147.
Okay.
Hello?
I'm still here. Stay on the line. I'm still here, okay? Carlton, I have an Alex Murdoch on the line, caller from 4147 Moselle Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot. Mr. Murdoch, go ahead and talk to Carlton.
It's 4147 Moselle Road. I've been up to it now. It's bad.
Okay, from 4147 Moselle Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot.
Okay, and sir, give me the address.
Didn't even about that. But damn, notice he says, and yes, Southern people are polite, but he says, yes, sir, what, sir? These, I mean, you know, like you said, Frank, people act different, but I don't know, it just seems odd. I'm gonna slow it way
Yeah.
down so we can hear.
Yes, I can tell you, he is a conniving bastard.
They all are.
Does
the
anybody
whole
know
lot.
what conniving is? Yes, his brothers. Yes, they are.
Okay, I'm slowing it down real slow.
Hampton County 911 with your emergency.
This is Alex Murdoch at 4147 Moselle Road. I need the police and ambulance immediately. My wife and child got badly.
Okay, you said 4147 Moselle Road in Allison.
Sir?
You said 4147 Moselle. Hampton County 911 with your emergency.
This is Alex Murdoch at 4147 Moselle Road. I need the police and ambulance immediately.
I don't know if anybody noticed this, but he continuously says his name.
I know, because I'm sure you know, but like these motherfuckers are like popular down in South Carolina. They are the
Yes,
top
I
dog.
know. Yeah.
I'm
Believe
trying to
me,
catch
I
what
know.
the first says, but it's not showing it on subtitles.
Yeah, that's what Robin wanted to hear. He is overreacting. Yes, Robin, he is. No, he's not overreacting. He is trying to hide the murder that he just committed. Robin, well, you may think that he did not, but you are a fool if you think that he did not. And I love you, Robin, but I will tell you that.
No, I think she's saying that he's like overplaying it.
Well, yes, he is. The reason he is overplaying it is because he knows he did it. I don't understand how people do not get that.
You know, I think that he really thought he would get away with this.
Well, yeah, he's a fucking he's the big motherfucker in that town.
Do y'all want to hear it one more time?
You grew up with cops? Yeah, yeah. You know what? As do I. Robin, you know I do. So why are you even saying that? You know I love details and logic. I'm the most logical person on fucking YouTube right now. Nobody else. Why are you fucking doing that? What is your goal? What is your goal?
Good morning,
I've
Bob.
done nothing to you. She's trying to act like I don't use logic. Yeah, right. I'm
Okay,
the advocator of fucking logic.
I'm gonna play 10 to Life Girl.
Okay. That aggravates me. I am very sorry. But that fucking why are you Robin, what is your goal? Wow. Brainless idiots.
Okay, let's see what she's got to say about this.
Okay.
I said stop twice, but guys, I need to like figure out a new tagline. I am just so over saying the same thing every time. Anyways, this talking so much true crime. And today I hope you are ready to hang with me for a while because boy, do we have a big case to talk about. One that is like massive, super confusing. And I mean, we just got a lot to talk about, guys. So I hope you're like going to get comfy. I'm going to get comfy here. And I hope you are just like ready to hang with me for a while. So when I first heard about this case, and it is the Alex Murdaugh case, heard about it like about a year ago or whenever it was, as things were like beginning to unravel, I could not keep things straight. It was like there was something in the news every other day. People were asking me about this case. They were asking me to cover it. I was like, to be honest, I can't even keep my head on my body right now because it's spinning so fast because there is just so much happening. So I finally now have been able to get a full comprehensive overview with the details of what has gone on in this case. And holy shit, guys. Oh my God. Like, that's why we're going to be here so long because this case is just so complex. And this person is just so downright dirty, nasty, greedy. It's like a wave of crime has just been like following this person. And like, I shouldn't say a wave of crime, like a wave of criminal activity. It is bizarre. So if you're like me and you've been tuning into the case, but you're not quite sure all the details, or you really do have no clue what's real, or I said that weird, or if you really have no clue what really happened in this case, but you've heard the name, because I'm sure you have all heard the name, watch this video because I'm breaking it down for you start to finish. So let's jump right in.
10 to Life with Annie Elise starts right now.
Today's case is a massive case. It has been going on for a while now, and it includes corruption, lies, greed, evil, financial crimes, and reopened cases, and even murder. So we are going to get right into the case of Alex Murdaugh and go over everything that we know that led up to his arrest. Alex Murdaugh is a 54-year-old disbarred attorney from Hampton County, South Carolina. Before being disbarred, he was an extremely successful and high-profile attorney in South Carolina. His family has a long history of being a very prominent family in Hampton. The Murdaughs own a law firm that is over 100 years old and were also in charge of the county prosecutor's office for many decades, spanning 3 generations. Quite frankly, they're a family that nobody would want to mess with. Alex's great-grandfather, his grandfather, and his father all ran the prosecutor's office at one point or another. And before being disbarred, Alex was a volunteer prosecutor, essentially making him the 4th generation. When he wasn't working, he was being a dad to 2 sons, Buster and Paul, and a husband to his wife, Maggie. From the outside, the family seemed to have it all: money, cars, careers, properties, and more. But behind closed doors, there was deep-rooted issues that would all come to a head when Maggie, Alex's wife, and Paul, Alex's son, were killed on June 17th, 2021. Everything that had been going on behind closed doors or that was hushed to the public was no longer hushed or secretive. We're going to go through the timeline, but we are going to be jumping back and forth quite a bit to really understand everything going on in this family and the deaths that have been looming around them for years. Taking it back first to 2015, that's where we're going to start. On July 8th, 2015, a man named Stephen Smith was found dead at the age of 19. Stephen happened to be gay, and his mother is and the victim was found in the middle of Sandy Run Road, deceased from some sort of blunt force trauma to the head. Responded to the scene, I saw no vehicle debris, skid marks, or injuries consistent with someone being struck by a vehicle. Some even say there were tips about Buster Murdaugh being involved in this. There were also tips about a possible relationship between Buster and Stephen. But eventually, Stephen's murder was determined to be a hit and run against all of the other reports and information about seeing that it looked like he had maybe been shot and that there was no skid marks, no debris. It still was determined to be a hit and run. And Buster should have been interviewed when the tips came in, but he wasn't. And if he did anything to do with this, his wealth and status in the community, specifically law enforcement, be the reason that he wasn't seriously looked into or questioned. The next death close to the Murdaugh family happened in February of 2018. The housekeeper and nanny who worked for the Murdaughs for over 20 years died at their house. Her name was Gloria Satterfield, and she was 57 years old. And on February 2nd, she had allegedly tripped and fallen, and this was down the stairs at the Murdaugh home. Seems very reminiscent of the staircase murders, am I right? So Maggie and Paul were the only ones home at the time. Maggie called 911.
9:24 a.m. 38 seconds, February 2, 2018.
Come here. 911, where's your emergency? 4147 Moselle Road. Okay, can you give me the address one more time, make sure I got it right? Yes, 4147 Moselle Road. Okay, what's going on out there? I'm sorry? What's going on out there? My housekeeper has fallen and her head is bleeding. I cannot get her up. Okay, you said she's fallen. She's bleeding from the head? Yes. Okay. How old is she? I'm not sure, like 58 maybe. You know if she fell from standing or not? No. No. Where'd she fall from? She fell going up the steps, up the brick steps. Okay, so she outside or inside? Outside. Okay. How many steps is there? 8. Okay, is she on the ground or is she up near the top? She's on the ground. She's on the ground. She's on the ground. Is she conscious? No, not really. Is she awake at all? Yes. Okay. Is she just not like responding appropriately, but she is awake? Man, she's not responding. Okay, I've already got them on the way. Me asking questions does not slow them down, ma'am. Knowing if she's conscious is one of the things that the medic needs to know. If she's responding at all to you. No. Okay, so she's not responsive at all. Well, I mean, she's mumbling. Okay, so she is somewhat conscious. Is she breathing okay? Yes. Okay, are you guys able to feel the bleeding? No. Can you put for the head? The ambulance coming. Sir, I mean, I'm not sure, at the top of her head. Okay. Okay. Oh, what happened? She just fell back down. Can I get off this phone so I can go down there? Can I have your name and phone number? Or are you able to bring the phone down by her? What?
Are you on a cell phone where you can walk down there
I'm
and
on a
talk?
cell phone. No.
Okay, can you bring it with you so we can ask her some questions about what kind of pain she's having?
Hello?
Yeah, can you ask the patient what kind of pain she's having?
Ma'am, she can't talk.
Okay, do you know,
She's cracked her head and there's blood on the concrete and she's bleeding out of her left ear.
okay, she's bleeding out of her ear?
And out of her head. She's cracked her skull.
Okay. All right, the other lady said that she had tried to stand up and fell down again?
No, I was holding her up. And
Okay.
she told me to turn her loose and she was trying to use her arm, but then she fell back over.
Okay, do you guys know who she is?
Yeah, she works for us.
Okay, do you know if she's ever had a stroke or anything before?
Ma'am, can you stop asking her
I
questions?
already have them on the way. I already have them on the way. Me asking questions does not slow them down in any way. These are relevant questions that I have to ask for the ambulance. One of my questions is, has she ever had a stroke?
I don't believe she's ever had a stroke now that I know of.
Okay. Okay, is she able to talk to you guys at all, or is she unconscious now?
She's not unconscious. She's just mumbling.
Okay.
I believe she's maybe hit her head and maybe has a concussion or something.
Okay.
Maybe.
Do you know what her name is?
Gloria Satterfield.
You said Sanderfield?
Ma'am?
You said Sanderfield?
Satterfield.
Satterfield. Okay, what's the house look like out there?
It's offset off the road.
Okay.
It's a big house, got a long driveway.
With a long driveway?
Yeah,
Is there a gate or anything down there that they're going to need to come through?
there's two big brick columns that have to come through.
Okay, but there's no, like, gate code or anything that they need?
No, ma'am. And tell them that they can look for a fellow on a 656 Ranger.
Okay.
Waiting on them in the road is green. You know, they probably know what a Ranger looks like.
Yeah. You said, like,
Fella's
green.
got on a black sweater, a
Okay.
hat, and pants.
All right. If something changes with her, if she loses consciousness or anything like that, I need one of you guys to call me back right away, okay?
Okay, well, how long is it going to take? Because this takes us...
That I don't know. I had them on the way since Maggie first called me. They were told right away.
Okay.
All right, but I think they're coming. Hang on 1 minute. Let me check. They're coming from somewhere on Belt Highway in Ruffin, okay? That's where their station is.
Thank you.
All right, but like I said, if something changes, call me back.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
In the call, both Maggie and Paul seemed very bothered to answer questions. However, they also seemed extremely calm for such a big happening, especially given on a personal level, people usually are like family. So your reaction, in my opinion, usually would be a little bit different here. So even though Alex claimed he was working 25 minutes away from the house, he somehow was able to get to the house before the paramedics, and that he was that Gloria told him that he looked over the dogs. But no one else heard Gloria say that. She ended up passing away on February 26th in the hospital. Gloria had two sons, Tony and Ryan, who were now left without a mom. Two sons that were questioning how their mom, a healthy 57-year-old, died from a short fall down the stairs. Nonetheless, they trusted the Murdochs. After all, they had known them for a huge portion of their lives. Alex made a promise to look after them financially and make sure that their lives were, perfect and still intact, and that he would help out as much as possible. He talked the boys into hiring Corey Fleming as their attorney and instructed them to file a wrongful death lawsuit with the intention of his insurance paying them out. The boys had no clue that Corey was actually one of Alex's longtime best friends and was even his college roommate. Corey Fleming then had the boys hire Chad Westendorf. Chad's job was to be the financial representative on behalf of Tony and Brian, the two boys. But Tony and Brian were never told that they legally or they were told. So Alex, Corey, and Chad all agreed on the suit, and Corey and Chad filed the wrongful death suit with Alex saying that one of his insurance companies, Lloyd's of London, would the boys act before loss. An attorney for the filing party is supposed to always check with their clients to make sure that they agree with the settlement details. However, Corey did not do that, nor did he even tell the boys about the settlement of $500,000. So when he got that check on January 7th, 2019, instead of calling Tony and Brian to let them know that there was money for them and that settlement had been reached, he wrote a check for $403,000 of that settlement to Alex Murdoch, DBA Forge. DBA means doing business as, just as a heads up here. So Forge was a consulting firm that worked closely with Alex's office. He made a Forge account in his name to try and also go undetected. So instead of Gloria's sons receiving that money, Alex was now the receiver of it, and they had no idea. But the $400,000 and some change wasn't enough for greedy Alex. For 2 years, Chad and Corey continued to get payouts from Lloyd's of London and not which was his other final pay. None of the pay documents were never made aware of these settlement amounts. Alex had walked away with over $3.5 million himself from this settlement. Kind of sounds like Erica Jane, the housewife, that situation. Not saying she's guilty, but sounds a lot like that situation with her husband. And not only was that completely illegal, but it was absolutely morally wrong and one of the grossest things that anybody can do to a grieving family. The only reason Tony and Brian ever found out about what was going on was because they saw things in the media, on the news, about this settlement. So we're going to come back to the rest of Gloria and the Satterfield boys and the Murdaugh saga later. So remember what we've talked about as we shift now to the next death close to the Murdaugh family. We're now on death number 3. So on February 23rd, 2019, just before the year mark of Gloria's death, Paul decided to take out his family, which was in Alex's name, and he wanted to take it out with some friends. Included on this boat trip was Mallory Beach and her boyfriend, Anthony. Mallory was just 19 years old, and she was described as being loved by everybody around her, a sweet girl who had just graduated high school a few months prior. Mallory, Anthony, Anthony's cousin Connor, and his girlfriend Miley, Paul and Morgan was Paul's girlfriend, were all planning to go to a house and an oyster party that night at Pocky Island. I hope I'm saying that right. Now, Pocky Island was a boating distance from the Murdaugh Island, which was a river property that the Murdaugh family owned. So because they were all going to the same party, they thought it would be fun to meet at Murdaugh Island and just boat over. All 6 of them were underage, but they took a cooler on the boat with alcohol in it to just party, let loose, and hang out. And it's not out of the normal for college-age kids, even underage, to take alcohol on a boat trip. But you would think that they would be smart enough to have a designated driver that was not consuming alcohol. Paul, especially given that it was his family's boat, you would think would be that driver. But Paul was actually the only one who bought alcohol, as you can see on surveillance footage. He used his older brother Buster's ID to buy the alcohol. So around 7 p.m., they got in the boat and headed to that party. They stayed there till around midnight and then decided to get back onto the boat, onto the water. All 6 of them were together, and Paul insisted on stopping at a bar in Beaufort called Luther's Rare and Well Done around 12:45 a.m. Only Paul and Connor went in, both of them using fake IDs. The other 4 waited outside. They had 2 rounds of shots, as seen on surveillance, before coming back outside to get back on the boat just after 1 a.m. Mallory was seen alive on surveillance for the last time. The boat took off around 1:15 a.m., and according to Miley's interview, some of the passengers on the boat started arguing with Paul because he was, of course, intoxicated, which made him drive erratically and start driving the boat in circles. Anthony actually asked, too, to be let off at a dock nearby, but Paul refused. He kept leaving the wheel to fight with his girlfriend Morgan about the entire situation, just completely drunk, and this absolutely terrified poor Mallory, who was just wanting to get home safe. Unfortunately, that would never happen for her. Around 2:20 a.m., after the boat increased its speed, it crashed into the Archers Creek Bridge. Mallory was ejected from the boat upon impact and nowhere to be found. Connor called 911 immediately and begged them to come and find Mallory. Anthony, Mallory's boyfriend, was obviously extremely upset by the whole situation. So when law enforcement arrived, an officer had him sit in his car and just kind of relax and take a beat. But when Anthony saw Paul smiling, he had reached the end of his ropes, and he actually tried charging at Paul. Everyone except for Anthony was taken to the hospital because he wanted to stay to find Mallory. There were some serious injuries, including a broken jaw for Connor and a really badly injured hand for Morgan, Paul's girlfriend. And you would think that if something like that happened, Paul would figure his shit out pretty quickly. But that wasn't the case here, which makes me wonder, was this like spoiled rich kid syndrome? Sounds like it to me. He was highly uncooperative at the hospital with staff and with police. They let him sober up for several hours, but his blood alcohol level was still 0.24 hours later. That is 3 times over the legal limit. That means he was incredibly drunk hours prior to when the accident even happened. Now, of course, Alex, Paul's dad, came to the rescue with his manipulative ways, his deep pockets, and his community ties. He went room to room at the hospital, visiting every passenger on that boat. In fact, a security guard heard him say, "She's gone, don't worry," when he was talking on the phone with someone. Was he talking about Mallory? Was he saying don't worry to reassure that she wouldn't be able to tell the truth about what had happened? Regardless, the rest of the passengers were not about to cover up for Paul for anything, and this was the absolute final straw for his girlfriend Morgan as well. Mallory's body wasn't found for 8 days. It was finally found on March 3rd, 5 miles from the crash site, and unfortunately, she was long gone when she was found. She would never have been able to tell her side of the story. But her family loved her too much to let her death be in vain. A month later, they had filed a wrongful death suit against the Murdaughs, against the bar where they had stopped at, and that convenience store where Paul bought the alcohol. However, they eventually amended the lawsuit to only include Alex and Buster Murdaugh. In a deposition from Morgan, she stated that the Murdaughs all knew of Paul's alcohol issues. She said Paul was drinking to the point of being insanely drunk almost every day, and that his parents and his brother knew about it. She also said that not only did they know about it, but his parents actually provided the credit card for him to buy the alcohol and would even buy it for him on some occasions. And their bus alcohol. He was charged with 3 felony counts of boating under the influence, including causing the death of Mallory Beach and seriously injuring 2 other passengers. Paul pleaded not guilty and was bonded, of course, out of jail. While awaiting trial, he was keeping a pretty low profile and pretty much staying home consistently. But 2021 seemed to bring even more issues for the Murdaugh family. According to some people close to the family, Maggie and Alex's marriage was now on the rocks. There wasn't any love there. Maggie was no longer coming by the office for lunch, and apparently she began looking into their financial state, which wasn't something she had previously done. Allegedly, Maggie saw a divorce lawyer, too, in Charleston in the beginning of May 2021. Alex was staying at the family's 1,700-acre home, which they called their hunting lodge, and Maggie was supposedly staying at their beach house on Edisto Island. Now, although a spokesperson for Alex disputes any claims about marital issues or strife, there definitely seems to be a sense of division, not only living separately at this point, but also Maggie's visit to the divorce attorney. On June 4th, 2021, there was a mediation meeting taking place for that wrongful death lawsuit. There was no resolution during mediation, which meant that they were all still going to be heading for trial, which is actually still pending to this day. A few days later, on June 7th, 2021, Alex Murdaugh made a very startling 911 call, claiming that his wife Maggie and son had been shot and were laying near his dog kennels. He said that he had just gotten home and found them like this.
Hampton County 911, what's your emergency?
This is Alex Murdaugh at 4147 Moselle Road. I need the police to answer immediately. My wife and child just shot badly.
Okay, you said 4147 Moselle Road in Arlington?
Sir?
You said 4147 Moselle Road in Arlington?
Yes, sir. 4147 Moselle Road.
Stay on the line with me, okay? Yes, sir. Stay on the line with me, okay?
Hello?
I'm still here. Stay on the line. I'm still here, okay? Carlton, I have an Alex Murdaugh on the line, caller from 4147 Moselle Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot. Mr. Murdaugh, go ahead and talk to Carlton.
It's 4147 Moselle Road. I've been up to it now. It's bad.
Conner County Communications.
Carlton, I have an Alex Murdaugh on the line, caller from 4147 Moselle Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot.
Okay, and sir, give me the address again.
It's 4147 Moselle Road. I've been up to it now. It's bad.
Okay. Okay, and are they breathing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son?
My wife and my son.
Are they in a vehicle?
No, ma'am. They're on the ground out of my kennels.
Okay, do you see anyone? Okay, is he breathing at all?
No, nobody.
Is she? Okay, do you see anything? Do you see anyone in the area?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
What color is your house on the outside? What color is your house on the outside?
It's white. You can't see it from the road.
Okay, is it a house or a mobile home?
It's a house.
Okay, and what is your name?
My name is Alex Murdaugh.
Okay, and did you hear anything, or did you come home and find them?
No, ma'am. I've been gone. I just came back.
Okay, and was anyone else supposed to be at your house?
No, ma'am. Please hurry.
We're getting somebody out there to you.
Oh. Oh, man. Oh.
Okay, what is her name?
Maggie and Paul.
Maggie is her name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And please hurry.
We're getting somebody out there to you. Me asking you these questions, don't slow them down, okay? And you sure they're not breathing? Is he moving at all, your son? I know you said that she was shot, but what about your son?
They're not, neither one of them's moving.
What is your telephone number? And does anything look out of place?
Ma'am, not particularly, really, no, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
All right, I'm going back down there. Well, they closed, ma'am.
Yeah, they've been around with you ever since you've. Okay, can you do me a favor, Mr. Murdoch, and turn on the flashers on your car so that way they can see where the kennels are?
21. Come down 618. You will need 615.
Do you have your flashers on for me, Mr. Murdoch?
Yes.
Okay. I don't want you to touch them at all, okay? I don't know if you've already touched them, but I don't want you to touch them just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
I already touched them trying to get to see if they were breathing.
Okay. Well, I just don't want you to move anything just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
Oh. Ma'am, I'm going to call. I need to call some of my family.
Okay. Well, do me a favor for me. Whenever you see the officer or the medics, because they're all coming to you. You got the flashers on for me?
I do.
Okay. All right. Just whenever you see them.
Okay.
How old is your son?
22.
Okay. All right. We're getting them out there to you, okay?
And I'll answer if you call.
All right.
Now, the first thing I found really interesting was that he was worried about calling his other family members. Wouldn't he be trying to revive his wife and his son? Or staying on the phone with dispatchers to try and figure out who did this? It's also hard to tell if he was seriously freaking out or if this was just all an act. So I would love your opinions on this 911 call. The 911 call happened at 10:07 p.m. Police were there 16 minutes later and secured the scene quickly before allowing EMS to come in the front gates of the property. At the property, shell casings were found on the ground and Maggie and Paul's lifeless bodies were next to the dog kennels. Officers tried to gather video surveillance from nearby residences, but they weren't able to get much. 3 days later, on June 10th, it was announced that Alex's dad, Richard, also died. He died at his home as a result of natural causes. So in the span of a week, 3 Murdochs were now dead. And not only that, but there were also still 3 deaths outside of this that were linked somehow to the Murdoch family. There was Stephen Smith, there was Gloria, the housekeeper, and there was Mallory, the friend on the boat. So this is the time period in which the house of cards begins to start crumbling for Alex, and all of the lies and all of the tales that he told begin to unravel. The autopsies on Paul and Maggie were performed, and the results were released on June 15th, 2021. To no one's surprise, the coroner confirmed that both Paul and Maggie were victims of homicide and had died by multiple gunshot wounds. Maggie had been killed by an assault rifle, and Paul had been killed by a shotgun. The timeline also showed that they had been killed between 9 and 9:30 p.m. Now, obviously, one of them was shot first, and then the other was shot next. Throughout the first few weeks of the investigation, the Murdoch family begged the public to help them find who was responsible for the deaths of Maggie and Paul. A couple of days after the autopsy results came back, Alex's brothers did an interview with Good Morning America. They even went as far as to discuss the threats that Paul had gotten from that boat incident.
He's a very caring person, and she was the rock of their family.
This morning, members of the Murdoch family speaking for the first time since their brother Alec Murdoch found his 22-year-old son Paul and his wife Maggie shot to death outside their South Carolina home last week.
I got a call from Alec Monday night. And as soon as I answered the phone, I knew something was wrong. No, man. He just told me. He said, come as fast as you can. Paul and Maggie have been hurt.
His voice, the fear. He was just distraught.
No arrests have been made, no suspects named. The Murdaughs issuing a plea for help this morning.
But the person that did this is out there, and there's information, however big or however small it is.
Do they have any enemies?
I really don't know of any enemies. You hear all this talk on the, social media with regard to Paul, but I don't know of anybody that would truly be an enemy or truly want to harm them.
Paul Murdaugh had been awaiting trial, accused of being under the influence in 2019 while crashing a boat, killing 19-year-old passenger Mallory Beach. He had pleaded not guilty in the case. The Murdaughs telling us Paul had been receiving threats from strangers, people they say they didn't know.
Were they violent threats?
I didn't think it was a credible threat. If it was, I would have tried to do something or notified someone. But I guess, maybe I made a mistake.
The Murdaughs are one of the most prominent families in South Carolina, part of the legal establishment going back almost a century. 3 generations of Murdaughs held a solicitor's job in this region for years. They also own a prominent law firm where Randy and Ellen currently work today. Some in the community questioning if the family used their connections to protect Paul the night of the boat crash.
Do you think anyone in your family interfered in any way?
No.
Do you feel like some of the perception of your family has been wrong?
Yes. I see words like dynasty used and power. And I don't know exactly how people use those words, but we're just regular people and we're hurting just like they would be hurting if this had happened to them.
This morning, this tight-knit family holding on to each other.
How's your brother doing?
He's upright and looks strong and making his way, and then he just breaks down. It's tough for us.
It changes you as a family. And I can't imagine the horror that my brother's experiencing.
However, pretty early on, law enforcement made a point to say that there was no public threat. And typically when they say that there is no public threat after a murder, and knowing that there has been nobody arrested for the murder, it's because the murderer is usually somebody close to the victims, therefore not a threat to the public because it is a personal crime. As all of this was happening, about a week later on June 23rd, 2021, during the investigation for the Murdaugh murders, Stephen Smith, that death from 2015, that murder investigation was reopened. And reopening it makes total sense, and it should have never been closed if there was no hit and run evidence like I stated earlier. But also reopening it seemed even more personal. Were these two families connected somehow? Clearly investigators knew more than they were letting on. 2 weeks after that, on July 7th, Connor Cook, who was on the boat during that boating accident, filed a lawsuit against Alex with the help of attorneys, claiming that Alex tried to frame him as the driver of the boat. So see what I meant by that house of cards falling? It was like some new detail or revelation was happening every couple of days, and this went on for months. So follow along here, guys, because we are going to just be unloading bombshell after bombshell after bombshell here. So about a month later after that, on August 6th, 2021, all of Paul's charges were formally dropped due to his death, leaving Mallory's family heartbroken and worried about ever receiving justice. On August 11th, 14th Circuit Solicitor Duffy Stone sent a letter to South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson, stating he intended to recuse himself from the investigations into the deaths of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh. In that letter, he said, citing the events of today in the investigation of the homicides of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh, I am asking that you assume all prosecutor functions in this matter immediately. The issue was also cited as a conflict of interest. You see, Alex volunteered part-time as a prosecutor in Duffy Stone's office, and now with him recusing himself, this was the first indication to the public that Alex was likely being seriously looked into for Maggie and Paul's murders. After that, many people were absolutely confident that Alex had something to do with that murder. And to law enforcement behind the scenes, he was definitely a person of interest. Almost 3 months after the murder of his wife and son on September 2nd, Alex's career officially became a career on the rocks. A suspicious check under that DBA Forge account that I had mentioned was found on his desk. So his firm began an internal investigation and found that he had been stealing money from clients and the firm for personal use. The very next day, Alex was confronted with the findings and admitted that he had in fact been embezzling money. He resigned that very afternoon. One day after resigning, on September 4th, as if he hadn't done enough damage to the people around him and his older son Buster hadn't been traumatized enough by the unsolved murders of his mom and brother, Alex decided to take it one step further, and he created an assisted plan to end his own life. He was shot in the head and called 911 himself.
Hampton County 911, where's your emergency?
On Salkehatchie Road.
Okay, what's the address on Salkehatchie Road?
I'm by the church.
What church? What church are you talking about?
I don't know the name of it with the red roof.
Okay, what end of Salkehatchie Road? Because I don't know what you're talking about.
At the Hampton County side.
Okay, what's going on?
I got a flat tire,
Mm-hmm.
and I stopped, and somebody stopped to help me. And when I turned my back, they tried to shoot me.
Oh, okay. Were you shot?
Yes, but
Okay.
I mean, I'm okay.
You shot where? Where were you shot at? Did they actually shoot you or they tried to
Bleed a lot.
Where part of your body?
I'm not sure. Somewhere on my head.
Tell me exactly where you are.
That church? Okay. Red roof. Yeah, hurry, please.
Okay, and what's your name? I'm still here. I'm going to stay on the line with you. What's your name?
Alex Murdoch.
Alex Murdoch?
Yes, ma'am.
And you see you were driving, you got a flat tire, somebody stopped to help you and they shot you?
Well, they pulled over, yes, ma'am, like they were going to help me.
Okay, stay on the line with me. We're going to get some.
I'm bleeding pretty bad.
Okay. Stay on.
St. John's Missionary Church.
St. John Missionary Church?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you give me a description of the person that shot you or shot at you?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, it was a white fella. I'd say
A white male?
a fair amount younger than me. Really, really short hair. You have an ambulance coming, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Stay on the line. I got them on the way.
You think one of y'all can drive me to the hospital? Yes, sir. You want to get the truck though, because I got a baby and he's doing that. One of y'all can get in this car and drive me? Oh, yes, sir. They're going to drive me to the hospital. Ma'am? Ma'am?
I'm still here, sir. They're on the way. Don't hang up.
There are two other 911 calls, one by Alex, but they're mostly all the same information. He had a fractured skull and was hospitalized, but it wasn't super critical. A couple of days later, Alex released a statement saying, "The murders of my wife and son have caused an incredibly difficult time in my life. I have made a lot of decisions that I truly regret. I'm resigning from my law firm and entering rehab after a long battle that has been exacerbated by these murders. I am immensely sorry to everyone I've hurt, including my family, friends, and colleagues. I ask for prayers as I rehabilitate myself and my relationships." It was then that people were made aware that Alex was claiming that he suffered from an oxy addiction. And this shocked many people because on the outside, he didn't fit the looks of an addict and he was a very well-known and respected attorney. But in a twist that Alex probably did not see coming, as he was releasing this statement, the firm released a statement of their own, saying, "This is disappointing news for all of us. Rest assured that our firm will deal with this in a straightforward manner. There is no place in our firm for such behavior." The firm immediately issued reimbursement checks to all the client trusts as needed. Alex's license to practice law was then suspended effective immediately by the South Carolina Supreme Court. But the house of cards wasn't done falling, and the blows just kept coming. On September 14th, Curtis Smith was arrested for his involvement with Alex Murdaugh's shooting. His charges included assisting in an attempt to end one's life, assault and battery of a high aggravated nature, pointing and presenting a firearm, distribution of drugs, possession of drugs, insurance fraud, and conspiracy to commit insurance fraud. A pretty hefty amount of charges. But the question on everybody's mind still was, why would Alex want to end his life? Was it because he was now caught in all of this bad behavior and disgraced in the community that once respected him? Did he see no other alternative and just did not want to face the consequences for things that he had done? Or was it done as one more strategic chess move of Alex's to selfishly benefit and reap rewards somehow? Well, as it turns out, Alex admitted to asking Curtis to shoot him in order to get his son Buster a $10 million life insurance payout. So it wasn't because he was ashamed or heartbroken over his regrets or the murders of his wife and son. It was once again, big surprise, a decision driven by greed. Alex also began saying that Curtis not only shot him, but was one of his oxy dealers. And we're going to come back to this because that ties into this story once more. The next day was when all things circled back to Gloria Satterfield. On September 15th, Gloria's sons filed a wrongful death suit against Alex Murdaugh. That same day, the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, also known as SLED, announced that they were opening a criminal investigation into Gloria's death and also the handling of her estate. Alex Murdaugh turned himself into authorities fresh out of rehab on September 16th for the insurance fraud charges. He was given a $20,000 bond despite prosecutors seeking a $100,000 bond. He then headed straight back to rehab. Gloria's family wasn't happy about his release, even though those charges had nothing to do with her case. They filed something stating that they wanted him arrested and in custody until they were paid back what they were owed. While all of these details were unfolding, Curtis Smith did an interview for his part in Alex's attempted assisted ending his own life shift.
Great. Best friends. He's like a brother to me.
That so-called brother is Alec Murdaugh. South Carolina authorities say he asked Curtis Smith to shoot and kill him September 4th. The plan, according to SLED, to help Murdaugh's surviving buster collect a $10 million life insurance policy. But it didn't work. Instead, Murdaugh told SLED what happened, so they arrested both of them. But where's the connection between the two? Through court records, we found out Murdaugh represented Smith in a personal injury lawsuit back in 2010.
Had to have 3 discs removed out the back and got rods and screws in every place of them. It's not fun.
Smith says injuries from a logging accident left him permanently disabled.
Talk to me about the pain. Oh, it's an everyday thing. I mean, it's every day. I know it's there all day long.
Court documents indicate Smith took OxyContin for that pain, but fast forward to this month. Authorities charged Smith with distribution of meth and possession of marijuana, a drug parallel to what unfolded during Murdaugh's bond hearing.
If anyone wants to see the face of what opioid addiction does, you're looking at it.
In the days after the shooting, Murdaugh said he checked himself into rehab for substance abuse.
Is Alex somebody that you cared about? Yeah, I say like a brother to me. I'd have done anything in the world for him, almost anyway. It's crushing. You know, it didn't got me nothing, nobody, especially him.
Curtis says he feels betrayed.
Do you see the truth out there? Do you see the truth coming forward in this case? I hope that when it's all said and done, that everybody will wind up being exactly what it's supposed to be.
Basically, he turned it into a sob story about himself. What a way to just take accountability. I'm telling you, these men, it is just like beyond. Finally, a settlement for Gloria Satterfield's wrongful death suit was reached on October 4th, 2021. But that would not be the end for Alex, not even close. Just 2 days later, he was named the defendant in another lawsuit, this time filed by the firm that he had once been a partner at. Alex's attorney said, "This is a very sad development. Alex holds every member of the Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Elsteroth, Diedrich law firm in very high esteem. He has pledged his full cooperation to the firm." And honestly, the only thing sad was that someone as corrupt and as evil as Alex is was walking around freely in a position of being able to hurt even more people. Corey Fleming, the first attorney who had represented Gloria's sons, was suspended from practicing with his law license on October 8th. And on October 14th, Gloria's family would finally see some justice and accountability start to happen. Alex was arrested in Florida and charged with 2 counts of obtaining property by false pretenses in connection with Gloria Satterfield's wrongful death settlement. He was ordered to stay in custody pending a psychiatric exam. His assets were also frozen pending the wrongful death cases. Finally, he was starting to be held accountable, but not before he was trying to sell some things, sling some things from jail.
Alvin S. Glenn Detention Center.
On October 21st, 2021, Alec Murdaugh called his brother, John Marvin Murdaugh, and his son, Buster. They were on a trip to Nevada, now made notorious by this photo of John Marvin and Buster at a Las Vegas casino table. It ended up as an exhibit in court against Alec Murdaugh. Alec called his family to warn them.
In court the other day, they made a big deal about things. They're going to be moving to try to prevent us from selling stuff. Right. We need to get as much as we can completed.
On the call, John Marvin suggests selling some of the farm equipment to pay off some of Alec's debts, but says it must be done on the up and up.
You might speak to Jim if you get a chance, just to find out what kind of time frame he thinks before they get any kind of order preventing us from doing anything.
Okay.
And I mean,
well, I'm just doing everything by the book, and
yeah, it's going on. It ain't like we're squirreling it away. It's going to pay bank stuff.
Well, it goes to the unsecured note, so everything else has something securing it, so it makes sense to unsecured items would go to an unsecured note.
2 days later, the wheels are already in motion to freeze Alex's assets by the state, money to pay back Alex's alleged fraud victims. Alec calls his son Buster. It's October 23rd. Buster is still in Nevada with John Marvin.
New developments with the motions and everything, trying to get us to quit selling stuff. I don't know really what that's going to have in store.
Yeah, I told y'all that was coming.
Yeah, man, this Eric dude.
You know, I said that was coming.
No, I just saw it on Twitter.
No, I called John Marvin the other day to tell him he needed to do it as quickly as possible because they were going to be doing it any day, making a motion.
So this Eric Bland guy seems like a real charm.
Well, you know, this is his 5 minutes in the sun, you know.
Gloria Satterfield's family broke their silence a couple of weeks later.
She worked hard at what she did, and she loved what she did. She took honor in the job that she did.
Gloria Satterfield was the Murdaugh family's longtime housekeeper. Her sister Ginger told me the families were close.
We thought of them as an extended family also because Gloria did.
In February 2018, Gloria stopped by the Murdaugh home and there was an accident.
What were you about what had happened?
Just that she had fell, that she was tripped by the dog, and that they thought she had a head injury because they saw blood. And that was about it until we got to the hospital.
Gloria languished in ICU for 21 days. Ginger will always remember the last one.
I just said, Gloria, I'll be back tomorrow. And I love you. And you know me. Love you too. And that's the last word I heard her say.
At her funeral 2 days later, Gloria's son Tony says Alec Murdaugh pulled him aside and said he would make sure Tony and his brother got an insurance settlement for the accident.
Did you believe him?
Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't I? He said, I want to make sure the boys are taken care of because he loved Gloria that much.
But 3 years went by and nothing seemed to be happening. No money came their way.
And I says, you know, something's fishy about this thing. And I said, I just don't think these boys are going to get what they deserve was, you know, due to them.
Then came the shocking news of the murders in the Murdaugh family. Buried in the slew of news articles was a mention of the housekeeper's death and a $500,000 settlement that had gone to her children. That was news to the family.
How much money did the family get after Gloria died?
Zero. Not a dime.
Not a dime.
They hired lawyers to investigate and discovered something startling. The actual insurance settlement for Gloria Satterfield's death totaled $4.3 million. Where did all the money go?
We're still tracing where the money actually landed, but it is impossible to burn that kind of money in Hampton, South Carolina.
In November 2021, Alex was indicted for filing a false police report, conspiracy, and false claim for payment in connection with his assisted unaliving plot. He was also denied bond, which was the best thing that could have happened that day. So now you're probably thinking, is the house of cards for Alex finally fully collapsed? Nope, not even close. We are still not done. On November 19th, Alex was indicted on 30 new charges in regards to the Gloria Satterfield lawsuit, then 21 new charges a couple of weeks later. But this time, he was given a $7 million bond. Come January 2022, as if Alex didn't have enough charges against him, he was indicted on 23 more charges, including computer crimes and breach of trust. And this was right after his lawyers had asked for a lower bond, which was luckily denied. More lawsuits were also about to come Alex's way. Paul's former girlfriend, Morgan, who was on that boat, filed her own lawsuit against Parker's Convenience, Buster Murdaugh, and Alex Murdaugh, and Paul and Maggie's estates in February of this year. Then on March 16th, Corey Fleming was indicted on 18 counts involving the theft of the Satterfield's money from Gloria's wrongful death suit. And 30 more charges came for him, Alex, and the CEO of their bank, Russell Laffitte. And I don't think I'm saying that right, but let's go with it. Those charges included breach of trust, conspiracy, and computer crime. Corey was given a $100,000 bond, but is still in jail as of now. So where all that money went, who knows, because apparently he doesn't even have the 10% to bail him $1,000. So apparently Russell and Alex schemed together for years, many years ago, and stole money from clients, and it's all coming out now. On May 31st, 2022, Alex signed a confession of judgment, which awarded the Satterfield family more than $4.3 million. And on June 3rd, it was announced that plans are being made to exhume her body as she was not given an autopsy after her death, and they want to look into that. Maybe it wasn't just a trip over the dog, slip and fall down the stairs after all. In the beginning of June of this year, Alex and Curtis were both charged with even more counts, including criminal conspiracy and money laundering. Alex was given charges also related to conspiracy with Oxy. Part of the statement read, the state grand jury alleges a criminal conspiracy regarding approximately 437 checks totaling to approximately $2.4 million that went from Alex Murdaugh to Curtis Smith from October 17th, 2013 through February 28th, 2021. Gloria's family is now suing Curtis because they claim that $2 million of the money that was supposed to go to them went to Curtis in all of these drug schemes. It seems that Alex was involved in these drug schemes as well, given that he gave at least $2.4 million to Curtis. So was he embezzling money to fund a drug habit? Alex was officially disbarred last month on July 12th, and 2 days later, he was also charged with the murders of Maggie and Paul, his wife and son. He pleaded not guilty on July 20th, and his attorneys requested a trial as soon as possible. While he's been in jail, he's still been ordering family around, including having them take flowers to the grave.
Did Buster tell you about putting flowers out?
Yes. So Lynn actually did that on Monday. But if you want me to put some more out, I can. She put some greenery and berries that she had ordered from somewhere, she said, and maybe even a wreath, I think, is what her text said. But I can put some more out if you think she's got more.
Where'd she put it for Maggie and Paul or for Daddy?
For all three, plus Liv, Daddy.
Okay, so well, I mean, she took care of it. I just want to make sure.
Secretary, I bought some poinsettias, and do you know what a Christmas carolinchi is?
Yeah. Did you tell Grandma that we were putting flowers out there?
Yes, I did. I talked to her yesterday for a while and told her.
Did Lizzie put flowers out for Mom?
Actually, she said she was going tomorrow, so she's going tomorrow.
I know she promised she would.
Yeah, because I told her that I went over there. I went over there Saturday because I had to get through Hampton. And then she said that you had asked her that, and then she said she was going Monday to do it. So she's going. She hasn't gone yet.
Is everything okay?
With?
You went to the cemetery?
Yeah.
And everything was okay?
Yeah, everything's fine.
You okay?
Yeah.
All right. You got to get those markers and stuff.
Yeah, I think somebody's working on it. I'm not really sure who.
I think Lynn's working on getting one for Daddy and then some ones for me to pick out to give to Marion to approve.
10-4.
So. All right, I'll call you tomorrow, okay? I love you.
All right, love you too.
Bye.
Other jail calls included one to Buster about potentially being readmitted into law school after he was kicked out in December of 2019 for suspected plagiarism. Alex paid another attorney, Butch Bowers, $60,000 to secure Buster's readmittance back into the University of South Carolina.
Did you talk back to Butch?
I spoke to Butch a couple times on Friday, and he was supposed to be getting in touch with Hubbard. He had gotten in touch with Hubbard, and Hubbard seems to, he just had, apparently Hubbard had to run it by, like, admissions and all this other stuff, to, I guess, to be able to set the record clean or whatever, but I haven't, Butch is probably going to call me this week, I would assume.
So did Butch think that they were going to do that, that Hubbard sounded willing to do that?
Yeah, Butch seems so. Butch said that he was, he says that he's cautiously optimistic.
About taking the restrictions off of you and making a 2.55.
Yeah, correct. Just
now, if they do that, go ahead.
It seems to me like they have to because they can't offer me to come back in the fall, and then I do everything in the fall, and they're like, well, I know what you did, but this is still your grade.
Yeah, you say you're gonna make a 3.2, and they say, well, you still got this. That doesn't make sense either. Now, if they offer you that, Buster, to start fresh, do you think that's the thing to do?
I do think that's the thing to do.
I definitely think it's the thing to do.
Especially given the scenario, me not knowing if I'm going to go back and work for the law firm, my grades need to be as high as possible so that if I want a different job, I can get one.
No doubt. And that'll allow you to do that. Don't make up your mind till you know all the details, but I think that's a good thing. Well, I'll be glad for you to hear back from Butch. That's kind of exciting news, Buster. I've been worried to death about that.
Apparently to the Murdochs, money just solves everything. And maybe we should just dub them as the money Murdochs. I don't know. Now, most recently this week, there was a denial of a gag order. Alex's attorneys filed for a gag order that would prohibit any lawyers on both sides of the case from making any comments to the media not made in court. His lawyers also had asked to keep most motions in the case sealed and therefore secret to the public. The judge denied the motion, saying that the public is entitled to know how justice is being administered.
There will be no official gag order in Alec Murdaugh's murder trial. That is the decision of a South Carolina judge that was made today. According to the state newspaper, Judge Clifton Newman has denied a request for all records in the case to be sealed, meaning they be allowed to discuss the case outside. The Police General's Office prosecutors asked for a full gag order because of the attention on the case, so it could be tried in the courtroom and not in the media. Judge Noonan says that his ruling that the existing rules of the court should be enough. Murdaugh was indicted on malice murder charges last month for allegedly killing his wife and son back in June of 2021.
The theories of this case are continuing to circle, and there are many possibilities. What would his motive be to kill his wife and son? I mean, the first theory that comes to mind, and also one of the most common theories, is Maggie, of course, looking into divorce. If Maggie divorced him, it's likely that she would no longer be able to protect any of his secrets. By being married to him, she would have known way too much. Also, she would be entitled to quite a bit of money, and he was embezzling, and then maybe his financial documents would have to be gone through with a fine-tooth comb so he would get caught. So but maybe that's why he wanted to murder her, to make sure that people didn't look into his finances. Another theory is life insurance money. Now, Alex claims that Maggie and Paul didn't have life insurance, but I find it hard to believe given that he had a $10 million policy on himself. Also, it seems that everything that comes out of his mouth in regards to finance and money is just a lie, so I don't necessarily believe him at all. Could he have been trying to collect more money? And is that what this whole thing is the root of? It's just money and greed. Or could he have just been going after Maggie for reasons like I had stated earlier, and Paul just happened to be there, so he had no choice but to shoot him too because he witnessed it. It's been said that Paul had a friend whose dog was actually staying in their kennels at that time, so maybe Paul went there to check on the friend's dog. Or could Paul's death be linked to his 3 felony charges? Was there going to be a huge payout that Paul was going to have to face for all of those charges, and was Alex going to have to foot the bill? And once again, was he struggling financially? Also, if Maggie was staying at the beach home, it makes me wonder why she went to the other home. Maggie loved her dog so much, so maybe she was going to visit them? I'm not sure. We also know that Alex's dad was very sick, so maybe she was lured there to visit his dying dad. There are just so many theories and questions unanswered with their deaths. It is so evident that this family is powerful and still gets away with quite a few things here and there. But hopefully with all of the charges Alex has, which now is a total of over 79 charges, hopefully he'll be locked up and this family can take a step back and realize how awful the things they have done truly are and how they have gotten away with so much just because of their last name. Alex's family continues to support him and says that they will wait until evidence disproves his claim of innocence. I would love to hear your thoughts and theories on this case in the comments below, because I'm curious as to what you think his motive was with killing his wife. Do you think that he intentionally killed his son, or was it because he was a witness to the crime? What are your thoughts? And of course, I will keep you updated as new information becomes available, and I'm sure there will be lots more information given how crazy this case is. I'm sure a lot more is going to come to light. And we know that Alex's attorney is requesting a quick trial. So it's going to be interesting to see when this goes to trial. Maybe I can stream it here and we can watch it together. I don't know. It's going to be a fascinating one. It is definitely going to be a fascinating one. So I will keep you guys posted. Make sure that you subscribe to this channel if you have not done so already, so that you not only get notified of updates in this case, but you also get notified when I post other case videos on my channel. And please don't forget on your way out to show your support for the channel by giving this video a thumbs up, hit that like button. It totally helps the channel and supports the channel. It's a free way to just say, hey, Annie, I like you. I like your content. I'm going to support you. All right, guys, I'm going to keep you updated. Don't forget, leave your comments below. I want to know what you think. I want to hear your theories. I want to know what you think the truth is with this Money Murdaugh slime ball. All right, guys, until the next case, stay safe. Bye.
That's great.
And how long have you worked at Colleton County?
Oh yeah. I think that he was high. And another thing too is he said he was going to go back down to the dog cages or kennel, whatever it was. And he wasn't out of breath. He's not a little man. Now, while he's been in jail, it looks like he's lost weight, but he wasn't out of breath. Even fit people would have been out of breath. You are so welcome, Robin. Thank you so much for coming by. Everybody that's came in, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And now I'm going to start using StreamYard because I can get it. Thank you, Bubblegum. And I'm going to start getting into more cases and stuff now that I can share a screen and interact better. And I didn't think I would like this StreamYard, but I think I'm going to go with it. So I'm going to go ahead and play another one. So if y'all want to go to bed, go ahead and go to bed, and you can catch the rest of it tomorrow or something. But I'm going to go ahead and play a little bit of the trial. But if you want to go to bed, feel free to. Thank y'all for coming by. I appreciate it. And I can't tell you enough. And I will get some more cases going, and we will do it again. Thank y'all. I know, Robin. Thank you. I watched some of her live because I missed it. If you don't care, tag me or something tomorrow when she goes live. Bubblegum, I'm going to go ahead and play some of the trial and see what's going on there because I'm not familiar with any of it. But feel free to listen, and I don't know how much of it I'll play. But thank you again for all y'all coming in and being very patient till I figured this crap out.
Fire and rescue.
29 years.
Things have responded to over the years.
No, many.
As training that you need to be a paramedic or respond with fire and rescue?
Well, that has changed greatly over the years. Presently, to be a paramedic, you have to have been an EMT for, we recommend 2 years, which that's about a 500-hour course. And then you take a paramedic course, which is about 1,500 hours. In Colleton County, we require people to be cross-trained, so they have a 500-hour firefighter course as well.
And are you yourself a paramedic?
I am.
And how long have you been a paramedic?
Since 1981.
What would be the normal procedures when responding to a gunshot, to treat gunshot wounds or to a shooting?
Well, when you initially respond, the law enforcement that's responsible for that jurisdiction typically clears the scene to make sure that it's safe for the other responders. When we arrive, we want to evaluate the patients to make sure that if they've got some injuries that we can treat, we treat them, and we transport them to the closest trauma center.
So if someone has been shot, what would you normally do to initially treat that person?
We would control their bleeding, protect their airway, get them transported as quickly as possible. It may involve starting IVs. In Colleton County, we carry blood, so we could administer blood to the patient if they required it.
Did you respond to Moselle Road on June 7th of 2021?
I did.
And tell us about what you did when you got there.
I was on my way home from work, and I heard the sheriff's department on their radio dispatch units to the address in question, and they advised that there was 2 people shot. Shortly thereafter, they dispatched fire rescue units, and we have a standard protocol of what they send. There were multiple patients, so they dispatched 2 ambulances and put a helicopter on standby, and then a supervisor is also dispatched. We also send the closest fire station, which in that case was the one from Highlandton. I responded from Walterboro, and I did arrive ahead of everybody else. Dispatch had told us not to go onto the scene, so I staged about the 3900 block. And a few minutes later, a deputy passed me, and I went in behind the deputy, which was Mr. Green that y'all listened to earlier.
And what did you see when you were driving onto the scene?
It was really dark. The had a long dirt driveway, and when we arrived, there was some kennels off to the left, and like a big barn with a 3-lane lean-to on the right-hand side.
Chief McCoy, I'm going to show you what's been marked. It takes exhibits 51, 49, 24, and 21. I just ask you to take a look at these pictures and tell me, are you familiar with those pictures?
Yes, ma'am. This does appear to be the accident scene.
And these are true and accurate depictions of the crime scene that night.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time I would move states 51, 49, 24, and 21 into evidence, which takes exhibits 24 and 51 being sealed with the agreed upon place holders.
Okay.
They're admitted without objection.
So Chief LaCroix, how you observed the victims when you got to the scene?
Deputy Green went through the scene first. He actually drove a little ways in between the kennels and the lean-to. It was very dark, so he needed his headlights to see what was going on there. There was animals in the kennels. I don't know how many, but there was also some chickens fluttering around on the equipment on the right-hand side. The body of a younger male subject was face down by the kennels. He had some very severe injuries to the head. And there was a female subject at the end of the lean-to. She was also face down with severe injuries to her head. And there was a gentleman standing off a little distance away from it. And he was on a cell phone and seemed very upset.
Did you recognize that gentleman?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
Alex Murdoch.
And how did you recognize him?
I've met him in the past on a professional basis because we have had to do depositions and such with his law firm.
Case exhibit 21. Can you describe what the jury is looking at in this picture?
On the left-hand side of the photograph is the covered body of Paul Murdoch. And the down towards the end of the lean-to is you can see the covered body of Miss Maggie Murdoch.
And those bodies appear to be covered with pink sheets.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, were those sheets there when you got there?
No, ma'am. We got those off the ambulance and covered up the bodies.
And why did you do that?
We typically do it to, to shield the body. There were a lot of people showing up there. The family was on the scene, and people just really don't need to see that.
Case exhibit 24.
That is the body of Paul, and he is laying face down at the entrance to, there's like a little utility room at the kennels. He is laying down with, you can see there's substantial damage to his head with a lot of blood around his head and what appeared to be his brain down there around his ankles.
And this is how you found Paul.
That is correct.
And you said that appears to be his brain down there by his foot.
Yes, ma'am.
And at this point, did you check his pulse?
I did not check his pulse. He and his mother both had injuries that we consider incompatible with life. There was a lot of coagulation there where the blood had congealed, and they were not currently bleeding, which would indicate they did not have a heartbeat. And obviously, with his type of injuries, he, it's not any way you can sustain his life.
And it's case exhibit 51.
That is Miss Maggie, and she also had severe injuries to her head. You can also see the congealed blood around the bottom where her face is, and she had a hole in her head to where you could actually see inside of her head cavity.
Was it necessary to check Mrs. Murdoch's pulse or perform any life-saving treatment?
No, ma'am. And she also had injuries that were not sustainable.
It's case exhibit 49. That's just where.
That's the lean-to, and that's Miss Maggie's body in front of the little side-by-side.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Cross-examination.
One moment.
So you're the chief of the Coffee County Fire Rescue, correct?
That is correct.
And you, in the past, have been dealing with Alec Murdaugh in a professional capacity with his law firm, correct?
That's correct.
So you recognize him and you've seen him before, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was his demeanor grieving, distraught, upset?
He seemed to be very upset. Yes, sir.
Very upset. Now, I've got just a very few questions for you. But when you responded, and I'm going to try to get the picture, I think. Here we go. This is that good. So you recognize this from the night of June 7th?
That is correct.
And those headlights facing us, are those the headlights from the Suburban?
That would be a vehicle that was south of the location. So the police car would have been north.
Right, but is that Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Okay. So when you got there, you indicated to somebody that they needed to preserve some tire tracks, correct?
That's correct. Over to the right-hand side, there's 3 rows of I guess where they could park equipment underneath the lean-to. And the farthest one over, there was no equipment in it, but there were some tire tracks coming out of it.
And I mean, how did you come to see those? Did you drive? You drove in off of Moselle Road, correct?
I drove in off of Moselle Road. The deputy parked in this little driveway here between the kennel and the lean-to.
Right.
I parked at the end of the lean-to. Where I was at, I activated my scene lights, which are all the way across the front of the light bar.
Scene lights.
They're
High intensity lights.
high intensity bright white lights.
Okay.
So it was very, very dark. And I could see the tire tracks over to the right.
So as we look at this view,
They're not visible in this picture.
I understand that, but the area you were be to
To the right,
this side or the
other side.
Okay, over to this side.
That is correct.
And on the other side of the shed right here?
More to the bottom,
More to the bottom.
to the right.
So let me, maybe we have a video of this, so it'll be a little easier for you to look at. No signal. Let my television home. Okay, so as you look at, stop it 1 second. No, go back the other, okay, back it up a little bit. From this perspective, can you see that perspective right there?
Yes, sir.
Hold on.
If you back up just a little bit,
Back it up.
right, if you stop it there,
Go back.
you can see the workshop on the left.
How about do this? How about step down here, please? All singing from the same sheet of music. If you stand over that way so that these viewers can see.
There's a workshop right here,
Uh-huh.
and there's a road here, a
Uh-huh.
road here, and a road here. This road was where the tire tracks were.
And the crime scene is where?
But there's Maggie's body here, and that's Paul's body.
Okay. And how far is it from where you saw those tire tracks to where their bodies were approximately?
20, 30 feet.
20 or 30 feet. And you saw, now this was gravel, grass, dirt,
Kind of sandy.
sandy, but distinct tire tracks.
Yes, sir. Like one pair of tire tracks.
One pair. Okay. And you couldn't tell which direction they were going in, or
Could have been coming in, could have been going out.
you're not a tire expert on this track. Okay. Go ahead and see. So whose attention did you bring that to?
Brought it to attention of one of the deputies. I don't recall which one.
Was it Green, Deputy Green?
I don't recall.
But one of the Colleton County deputies?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated to him that it needed to be preserved, needed to be roped off, needed what?
I showed them to him and told them, I said, hey, there's some tire tracks over there. We tried to block off the driveway. I had one of our units stay out on Moselle Road, but a lot of vehicles kept driving around them. There's civilian vehicles kept coming in, and then it began raining. So at that point,
So after you told, he didn't put any yellow tape up to block it?
no, sir. They had yellow tape in front of our vehicles where we were parked, but they didn't put any yellow tape down there.
And vehicles drove around your vehicle and just drove up and down that road?
Yes, sir.
Destroying the tire track?
Well, the ones that were on the road part, not the ones under the shed.
Okay. But to your knowledge, while you were there, did anybody take any pictures of those tire tracks?
I have no idea, no, sir.
Okay. Did you see any other pieces of forensic evidence, if you will, while you were there, other than tire tracks?
There were shell casings around Miss Maggie's body.
Okay. Now, did you go over and examine Paul's body?
Yes, sir.
Did you go in the feed room?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you very careful around the body?
Yes, sir. And the sheriff's department started putting up the yellow tape, and as they did that, we backed up and got behind it.
Take 4 motions. One file. So I need to go to another. That's right. Okay, watch this video and then I need to ask you. Is this the area you were talking about where the tire track?
They're over to the left. They're over to the left.
Okay, but all these vehicles that are parked up there?
That's the driveway coming in.
Okay. And then you're saying after that is where the tracks were?
Yes, they're over to the left of this police car. You can see my vehicle was the red and white Tahoe.
Right.
Maybe 15 feet to the left of that was where the tire tracks were.
And you pointed those out to the Carlton County Sheriff's Deputy, said they needed to be preserved.
I just showed them to them. I didn't tell them what to do with them.
Thank you. No further questions.
And redirect. Well, thank you, sir. Now step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Call your next witness.
State calls Jason Chapman.
Thank you.
Next on or it's back on or halfway or
Do you affirm the testimony about the other court, the truth of God? Amen. Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Walker Chapman. Last name Chapman. Mr. Chapman, Jason, just in your record, thank you. Tell us about yourself. Where'd you grow up and what education did you obtain? Sure. I'm a native, born in Walterboro. I've lived here most of my life. Graduated from what was Walterboro High School at the time. I attended the College of Charleston and the University of South Carolina, Salkehatchie before starting my career in law enforcement. I actually joined the cadet program well before age of 21, then became a reserve deputy, dispatcher, and then a class 1 officer. And I've now been doing law enforcement. I'm in my 26th year. 26-year career. Walk us through how you first got law enforcement and kind of the roles you've taken on, training you've done in that. Certainly. In 97, I attended a reserve officer class. It was a joint class between the Collins County Sheriff's Office and the Walterboro Police Department. Had to actually wait until I turned 21 to take final exam. Went down to the academy, took the exam, passed, began working as a reserve. I then got hired as a dispatcher at the Walterboro Police Department, where I worked a short stint as a dispatcher to fill in a hole. And in the spring of '98, I attended the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy. I graduated later that year. I actually graduated as a distinguished graduate from the academy. Since then, I've been doing law enforcement. I did my first 16 years with the city of Walterboro, and I transferred over to the sheriff's office January 1 of 2013, where I have remained since then. My training I've worked through pretty much every division there is in law enforcement, probably with the exception of civil process. I have an extensive background in firearms. I'm a firearms instructor, less than lethal instructor, active shooter instructor. I've had training as a narcotics supervisor. I've been through schools for administration, pretty much everything.
current rank with the Sheriff's Department?
Currently as captain.
And how would you describe your responsibilities presently?
So currently I oversee special operations that includes our investigative division, our tactical team, search and rescue.
Have you ever had an opportunity to testify as an expert in a trial?
I have.
Tell us about that.
This past year in 2022, I testified in federal court in Charleston, South Carolina on a case involving the city of Beaufort, and I was sworn in as a expert witness in general police procedures.
I'm going to direct your attention back to the date of June 7, 2021. Are you familiar with that day?
Yes, sir.
What was your role with the sheriff's office back on that day?
The same as it is currently.
Supervising investigations?
That's correct.
That would that include homicides?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you have an opportunity, were you dispatched or were you noticed of an incident that occurred on that day?
I was.
When we- what-
I actually heard the call and went in service before I was dispatched, but yes, sir.
All right. What did you hear over the radio?
Call that a transfer from Hampton County had been received, in which the caller was reporting that his wife and child had been shot.
Did you know a location at that point?
I was given the location by dispatch, but I was not familiar at the time of the dispatch as to the parties involved.
And at that point, did you decide that you were going to go to the scene?
I did, sir.
What was the dispatch location?
I believe it was, I think it's 4142 Moselle Road in Arlington.
Were you made aware of who this involved at that
I was not at the time.
Is 4147 Moselle Road within the limits of Colleton County?
It is, sir.
And walk us through what you did that night upon, learning of this incident and then making your way out there. Walk us through that process, if you would.
Yes, sir. I had a brief conversation with Sheriff Hill by telephone while en route. He had been advised of the caller's identity as Mr. Alex Murdaugh. With my career, I'm familiar with the Murdaugh family and Mr. Murdaugh. And Sheriff Hill advised me that if it was in fact confirmed to be Mr. Murdaugh, that he would likely notify SLED simply because of the conflict of interest with the family. And shortly before we arrived, I believe he was able to confirm that. And that call was made to request for assistance from SLED and to request that they actually assume primary in the investigation.
Does your department, the Sheriff's Office, do y'all work fairly closely with SLED?
We do, sir.
All right, describe that process. I mean, not including this particular investigation, but in general, how have you all worked with SLED as a law enforcement agency?
As far as crime scenes, like response to crime scenes, my division works with the entire agency, but we work very well with SLED. The remote location, although we have a satellite office for SLED here in Colleton County, actually, for the low country, their crime scene unit still comes out of Columbia. So middle of the night, they're notified that we may need assistance, or in this case, that we wanted to take them to take primary in the investigation. Even with the fact that they're emergency services, it's still going to be about an average of a 2-hour response for that crime scene unit once they're notified. So it's very common for us to begin the investigative process at that scene while we're waiting for their arrival, with them working jointly with us. And that investigative process usually begins with the acquisition of a search warrant, which we know will be required once the crime scene team arrives on scene. And that just comes from a long supported tradition of us working well together and obviously being capable to do so.
As a captain and as a supervisor of the investigations, do you typically wear a body-worn camera?
I do have one. At that particular night, I did not have it. It's on my my exterior ballistic vest, and the scene was secure prior to my arrival, so I did not have my vest on.
On arrival at the scene, were you made aware, or did you become aware of who in your department had already arrived?
I was listening to the radio, so that I knew that several patrol units had arrived prior to myself. And I believe myself, the sheriff, and one other detective arrived probably about 10, 12, 13 minutes after the initial officers.
Do you remember the rough approximate time that you arrived on scene?
I want to say it was around 10:35, 10:37 p.m. that evening.
Walk us through what you observed upon arrival.
Sure. So while en route, I reminded the shift supervisor, Sergeant Daniel Green, that to try to maintain the integrity of the scene as best as possible. I wasn't there, so I didn't know the magnitude of the scene. I don't know what he has, but just reminding him, limit personnel inside the scene, do what we can to preserve. Sheriff Hill came across the radio. I was trying to pull the weather up in this particular area I was driving through. I did not have much phone signal, so he did, and realized that we had an approaching storm that was about 45 minutes out. So he advised over the radio, once he got his phone to pick it up, that we needed to secure a tent. I had not been there yet. He was requesting the tent to place over the deceased bodies of the two victims. I relayed that information to one of my lieutenants that was en route. I also turned one of my detectives around that has the longest drive in, which is Detective Rutland, and I informed her to head to the office to start working on a search warrant.
Is that your common practice?
Yes, sir.
Kind of you spoke before about you all conducted joint investigations with SLED. Is it common for, describe for us what your roles might be in a joint investigation and what SLED's role might be and how that, played out in this case?
Certainly. So the very first thing obviously is a notification for request for assistance, and then the explanation of what exactly we're requesting. A lot of times our assistance is what's requested is nothing more than assistance with the crime scene. Sometimes it may be that we're asking for them to take the entire case. In this case, the notification was made by the sheriff. All I was told was that SLED was responding that they were sending a team of investigators as well as crime scene. Knowing that crime scene was en route, we went ahead and secured that search warrant. That's why Detective Rutland was turned around and sent directly to the office to go ahead and initiate that process. Obviously, at 10:30 at night, we knew that we were going to have to get the warrant typed, and then we were going to have to locate a judge in the middle of the evening. We wanted to have all of that done prior to the arrival of the crime scene unit.
You touched on earlier a little bit about the weather, but describe the weather as it was when you arrived that evening.
As I arrived, hot, sticky, I recorded in my notes. It's the only reason I can go back and tell you exactly, but what I have recorded in my notes is 79 degrees, 89% humidity, hot, sticky. It was not raining yet. An occasional raindrop on the windshield, but no actual rain yet. It was a little foggy on my ride in, but not foggy at the scene, and obviously evening hours.
And I think you mentioned before, but rain in it. However, how long was it until the rain?
It wasn't very long. I think the radar was pretty accurate. I want to say within 45 minutes to an hour of that notification, the rain did come.
And you mentioned setting up tents or requesting that tents be set up. What would be the purpose of those tents?
So in response to the crime scene, obviously preservation of any type of evidence is important, but the preservation is not always limited to leaving it there and taking a picture of it and wait for somebody else to get there. In this case, Mother Nature wasn't complying. We knew that the rain was inbound. So the tent was placed over victim Maggie's body in an attempt to preserve any evidence that may be there. I only had one at the time. Paul's body was positioned somewhat over an extending ledge that I was hopeful would keep some of the rain if it did start off of him. The other evidence would have been anything from, and at the time I didn't know what we were going to be facing, but from, tire tread, footprints, shell casings, anything at all. So the intent would be to preserve that as best as possible. And if it was going to be affected by the approaching weather, do the best thing we could to mark it out, measure it out, and have that done or partially done by the time crime scene arrived.
As far as safety purposes, when you arrived on the scene, would you have considered the scene to be secured at that point?
I arrived pretty quick. I know that as far as the immediate, right there, the area that I'm sure that you ladies and gentlemen have seen with the tape and the videos that were played earlier, the immediate scene, yes, the outside, the property's approximately like 1,700 acres, and it's not just that property. It sits in the middle of nowhere. At the time, we did not know what we had. I don't know if we had a active shooter, didn't know if we had a murder-suicide, didn't know if we had people in the woods. We don't have any idea. So inner perimeter secure, I would say yes, sir. Outside, in the woods, across the street, I wasn't sure yet. I didn't know.
Is it fair to say that there was a lot of unknowns at that point when you first arrived?
A lot of unknowns when I first arrived. Very little known other than at the time what they had gotten as initial information from Mr. Murdaugh and the fact that we had 2 deceased.
Tell the jury, if you will, well, first of all, this as part of your law enforcement training throughout the years, have you had any experience with or training in, life-saving techniques if needed, if someone needed CPR or something like that? Are you trained in it?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And arrival on the scene, did you physically observe the 2 bodies that were present, both of Maggie and Paul?
I did, sir.
And in your estimation, was it clear to you that they were deceased?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Did you consider techniques would be possible or would have any results?
I did not. Paramedics were there shortly before me. Got great fire rescue. I was assured that if there had been anything that could have been done, it would have been initiated prior to my arrival. But from what I saw, it was well beyond that.
When upon your arrival at the scene, were there anyone else present that were not sheriffs or employees of EMS and fire? Was there anyone else present on the scene?
The two victims, Mr. Murdoch and emergency services.
You mentioned Mr. Murdaugh. Is that Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
Is he present here today?
Yes, sir. He's seated at the defense table, blue blazer, white shirt, and glasses.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Murdaugh that night?
I did, sir.
As part of your responsibilities there, what capacity were you there at the scene? In what capacity?
Again, investigative. I realized that, we had notified SLED to take over, but again, what we were attempting to do and what we did do was identification of any potential evidence. We marked that potential evidence. If time had allowed, it would have been photographed, and then from that point, simply protected. Zero collection of anything was done by any of my staff, with the exception of one GSR kit that was instructed by SLED.
I know. Were you familiar? Have you familiarized yourself with the body worn video of both Deputies Green and McDowell?
I did, sir.
And what was your first order of business upon arrival, particularly relating to Paul?
By the time I got there, they had placed a sheet over both of the victims. It's something that I'm not always. I don't like. I understand that a lot of times it's placed there, so the family doesn't have to see that, but prefer that it does not happen. But in this case, it is already there. And because the scene is still somewhat fluid, we talked about the inner perimeter being secure, but as reported by Mr. Murdoch, we don't know who the defendants are. We don't know where the shooters are. We see shell casings scattered around the ground that are obviously rifle casings. There's some evidence to support that at least one or more shots into Paul were from a shotgun. That means two weapons. So were there two people? Are there other people that may be injured? So inner perimeter may be considered secure, outer perimeter not so much. So we began really quick with an inspection of the two individuals to make sure that we had not missed a weapon, or that the initial responding officers had not missed one. And we could see that Maggie. I wasn't. Apologize. We could see that Maggie. There was nothing laying beside her. We looked closely. Again, we didn't move her. So we went over to Paul, and I had a couple of the deputies there and a detective lift the sheet just so that we could look and make sure there wasn't a weapon underneath him. His hands were tucked, so you couldn't see underneath his body. But as best we could tell from the present state of the body, unless there was a weapon directly underneath him, there was nothing else left or right.
All right. Captain Chapman, I'm going to direct your focus to the monitor in front of you. I'm going to play what's been marked as State's Exhibit. What's that? Oh, yeah, we need to. State's Exhibit number 1.
Yes, sir.
Marked it to the 28-minute mark on that. Just looking at the still image right now, are you familiar with the scene there? And can you describe what's going on?
Yes, sir. So that's myself, Detective Tyndall, Chief McRoy from the Colleton County Fire Rescue. Lieutenant Lonnie Nettles in the background near the inner perimeter tape. And victim Paul Murdoch's body to our left there in the open doorway to the feed room.
And what are you preparing to do here?
At this point in time, double checking to see if there is a weapon. Yeah, I told you before we weren't sure whether we were talking about a full murder, a murder-suicide, active shooter scenario. Are there other suspects that may be in the woods? We knew we had the case matched to a rifle with some evidence to support possibly a shotgun. So when asking if any other weapons had been found, everyone stated no. So I had them lift the sheet to make sure there wasn't the barrel of a gun or anything sticking out underneath the body.
A little bit about the scene here and your observations of what you're looking at. The kennels directly to the left. If I could direct your attention to those.
Yes.
Did you notice animals in those kennels?
I believe in the 1, 2, 3. There's a couple kennels closest to the feed room that did have dogs in them. And possibly one towards the end. They weren't all full, but the ones closest to the feed room, I think there was a dog in at least 1 or 2 of them.
And was the area wet?
The area directly in front of the feed room was like wet. There was also water that tailed out of at least the first 2 kennels. The rest of the sidewalk was not wet. That water, I never saw a hose, so I'm not sure if it was leaking from something, but it was actually standing water.
And was that water present consistent with the weather at the time?
No, sir, it hadn't rained yet. Not enough to leave it. It was a drizzle here and there.
You observed the body of Paul. Was it physically wet as well?
He was saturated with obviously blood tissue, and his clothes did appear to be wet, but almost as if like absorbed from the ground up. Not saying that someone had sprayed him with a hose or anything.
Please observe the video if you would, and we'll have a few questions afterwards.
Hey, you want to close it in? Sir? What's that? You want to close it in? Yeah.
So the guy, the other guy moves over at Eric's booth, here's the call. There's a guy over here who just wanted to talk to him. So that's what he did.
I don't even know who Eric is. I know Alex over there.
Alex.
Is the guy who wants to talk to him?
Yeah, I know he wanted to get something.
Information. The brake truck leader. Correction. Because I know what type of vehicle. She has a brake truck leader. It's really awesome. Close to her. You think she can only get a tail light from the vehicle? She's also correct that you not talking.
Did you direct Deputy McDowell into the feed room area to help with lifting of the sheet?
I did, sir.
And why would you do that?
I want the sheet lifted directly up, not drug across the body. Again, I told you I'm not really a proponent of sheets, but since it was there, I would prefer that it be lifted straight up. I had already walked through to see what, if anything, right there. You can see I'm cautiously stepping there, but I'd already checked to see if we were going to be able to step to the inside of it. The spot right inside the door frame. I had looked and I felt like he would be able to step straight in, pick the sheet up, put the sheet back down, step back out.
And is preservation of a scene important?
It is important.
In your line of work?
Absolutely.
Is equally important securing the scene and making sure that you understand if there's any loose firearms around or that there's any other
It is. Again,
uncontrolled circumstances going on?
It is. Again, the sole purpose of this right here is to help determine whether or not I have any suspects still on the move or if there's a weapon underneath them.
Thank you.
Fire rescue might have some more sheets we can steal.
That's why I should be using my
Is this you looking for the gun?
It is, sir.
What do you?
Hands tucked underneath the body. Majority of the head is gone. There's a lot of tissue, what appears to be at least some of the brain or most of the brain lying on the opposite side from me to the victim. Wet, again, I'm assuming probably from soaking up or water, whatever that is, off the sidewalk. And a smartphone sitting propped up on the back of him.
Was Paul's person saturated in physical matter and blood?
Yes.
And his hands, were they accessible to anyone without, could you have touched Paul's hands or wrists without physically moving him?
I can't actually see his hands at this point in time.
Fell down on top of him? Is that
They're underneath his body, yes, sir.
What did you observe that was laying on top of Paul's body right there?
Again, it was a smartphone.
Did you have a chance to examine that smartphone and get fairly close to it?
I got close to it. I didn't pick it up. I was present when it was actually collected later, but it was not collected. By myself, David Owens, I believe he's going to be your case agent. As far as collection of that, as a witness, as he collected, well,
was the phone physically bloody?
I don't recall him on the phone.
I'm not saying that microscope.
Observations, was it wet from the water or blood?
No, sir.
Did it leave like a mark of blood or water or anything like that?
Not that much.
I haven't asked the dad about the phone. Beyond that, I don't know what's in there. He did have a shotgun, but not have secured that in the vehicle.
Were you able to locate a firearm underneath the body of Paul?
When the coroner's office arrived and the crime scene didn't, victim Paul was eventually moved, there was not a firearm underneath.
Are you familiar with the rifle round called 300 Blackout?
I am, sir.
Is that in your 26 years of experience, is that a caliber you come across?
In the last couple of years, probably more than ever. In all the crime scenes that I've worked, I believe this was at the time the second ever.
Is it part of your responsibility and your duties to sort of direct what people do? You're the person in charge?
It is, sir.
Does that free you up to do other things? If you have your deputies doing the tasks that you've assigned them?
If possible, yes, sir, sometimes.
And on this particular instance and this night, were you able to observe Mr. Murdahl and see what he was up to?
Oh, yes, sir. And I spoke to him on a few occasions.
Whenever you're investigating a case, I'm going to ask you about items that you might designate as points that you need to address.
Yes, sir.
You describe what that might be. What's in general like an investigative point or investigative cue that you need to focus on?
Anything that we hear or see that based on the limited amount of time we have at that particular point just creates a unknown, something that may need further investigation, something that maybe doesn't necessarily correspond with the evidence on scene or with the statement made by somebody. It's something we need to follow. We can't just be left alone or accept it as fact.
What are some of the physical observations? I'm going to ask you about physical observations of Mr. Murdahl. Did he appear to be, at least outwardly, did he appear to be upset?
Yes, sir, he did.
Were you close enough to observe whether or not he actually cried or had tears in his eyes?
He was upset, definitely upset. I got up to him, again, like I said, I spoke to him on at least 2 different occasions, and he was breathing hard. His facial expressions were that of, torment. Did I physically see him crying? I did not. He was sweating, but he wasn't crying.
What did you observe about his clothing?
Clothing was clean. Didn't see anything that stuck out, and obviously no dirt or blood or anything that indicated he had been rolling around on the ground or that he had, been involved or anything up to that point.
I'm going to ask you about something you do when you're arriving on a scene, particularly if it's a homicide. Do you have a practice of phoning or having dispatch send you the 911 call?
Yes.
Why would you do that?
We get information from 911 calls the average person, I think, would believe. And it's over the years, we've had several cases where had we not gone back and looked at that initial 911 call, we would have missed some very important information or information that could have cleared up some unknown. Points of investigation.
Hear the 911 call.
I was.
And are you listening to that 911 call, both for content, but also critically and trying to examine the things that are said?
Oh, absolutely. We're listening for noises in the background, exactly what is said versus what we see.
Call. Do you then take that information and
yes.
And are you applying that information to try to see if it checks out, to see if things are consistent with what you heard on the 911 call? Did that indicate that he had tried to examine the bodies or check their pulses?
Yes, I believe dispatch stated, do not touch if you haven't. And Mr. Murdoch replied that he had touched them, checking them.
To check and see if they're breathing?
And which would be expected. Absolutely.
On examination, Mr. Murdoch, did you get a chance to look at his hands?
Yes, sir.
There was any blood on any part of his body?
No, sir. Not physical micros there. I did.
Paul's body.
Response.
Mr. Chapman, are there common areas that someone might touch to check they were indicating your check breathing?
Objection, Your Honor. The question is, touch the body for a pulse with the neck.
Objections overruled. The prosecutor is asking the question. Go ahead.
Thank you. Is there a common areas that someone might check? They've been
The neck of
Paul's wrist was discovered.
They're up underneath the spot.
And was Paul's neck accessible? If his wrists were underneath his body, was his neck accessible?
I think you can get, I mean, getting to the point where you would be difficult without audience.
Trying to check his pulse, you ripped all down. Would your hands be bloody?
Present on the call when I monitor the call.
Having listened to the phone call, having listened to 911 action, what was your, what was the cue that you fixated on to the retrieval and firearm? What is going through?
Was it scared that he believes there may be somebody, them may come back and hurt him? I mean, and that he was there present with them. Verbiage on one is he states, I'm going to get I don't feel, rather you not. And you know, he states again that I'm not going to show it to the officers. I'm not going to hurt anybody off. I feel unsafe. So I understand.
Listen to the 911 call critically. What then did you observe towards the end after retrieving a firearm that you would cue onto in your investigative process?
After knowing that he had went and got the gun, knowing that he stated he was unsafe and that he went and got the firearm there, when he came back, as soon as he got back to the scene, the only thing I believe that was odd from that point was that he wanted to separate the call or cancel the call to call family prior to anyone's arrival. It was the only thing that just struck me as odd. Again, it's just a point of investigation. Up to that point in the phone call, he had asked repeatedly, where are they? Are y'all coming? Are y'all coming? Are y'all coming? I'm not safe. I'm going to go get a gun. And then when he got back to the scene, are y'all here yet? How far out are they? And then it was, I need to call my family, and the phone disconnected.
And when we refer to the scene is obviously, does that uncover part of what was, fenced off with crime scene tape? Is that, when referring to a scene?
That would have been the primary scene, yes, sir.
But in your mind, what does the scene also entail? What other things?
Well, I mean, the only thing that the phone could potentially extend that scene, the phone call, could potentially extend that scene as far as entering evidence or exiting a crime scene without being able to take away evidence. And by his own admission, he left the scene, went to his house and got a gun potentially that could make the house an extension of the crime scene.
Because that's what he indicated on the phone call.
And that's what he indicated.
Is Mr. Murdaugh considered part of that scene? The scene.
Of course. He's inside that area when we arrive, and I mean, he would be factored into everything.
And would that justify or explain why you might pay particular attention to him?
Sure. I mean, we would anybody that's there.
And I'm asking you this again, I know you've answered, but you've had a chance to do the body worn camera from both Deputy Green and McDowell, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did your, after those videos, see recording because the crime scene that you have, and those these activities would not have been captured on the video as it had been shot?
That's correct.
Did you have an opportunity to physically observe, meaning watch Mr. Murdaugh while your deputies and your officers were performing their tasks?
I did.
What were a couple of the things that you noticed that stuck out to you when physically observing Mr. Murdaugh and how he was either behaving or what he was doing?
Again, I mean, he was emotional. Distress on his face. I didn't see him cry. Not everyone cries. I don't have an issue with that. There were times that when we got to certain places or asked certain questions that you could see a slight demeanor change or body language shift. And, I took note of that, but again, just as a point of investigation. But he remained at the scene. He wasn't forced to say. He was cooperative, but he did, there were times that you could see reaction to different things.
Okay. Did you notice a reaction? Did you ever notice him tracking your movements or your officers' movements?
I know I was there when I ordered Detective Hornado to take a GSR kit and explain how the kit worked. And while we were taking it, he was very cooperative with giving the kit. And we really didn't have an issue there. Later, was looking at some, I wouldn't call them tire tracks. I'd call them tire impressions because there's no dirt there, it's just grass. But we noticed there was quite a bit of tire impressions that ran around the back side of the hangar.
And we'll get to the tire tracks in a second. You mentioned a term just a second ago called GSR.
Yes, sir.
If you wouldn't mind, could you explain to us just
sure.
what
I
that is?
apologize for that. So a gunshot residue kit is just a kit. We use specific kits provided by SLED because the kits are then sent off for testing, but it's meant to test for the presence of gunshot residue. They're very non-invasive. They have little ampules. You open up a sterile kit, put a set of gloves on, open the kit up. You'll dab one of the sterile collectors around on the front and back of the hand of an individual, package those up, tape it off, seal it, date it, time it, case number, and then that's eventually sent off to SLED. We were asked, I spoke earlier and said the only thing that my detectives physically collected prior to SLED crime scene's arrival was that GSR kit. It was done by us because there is a time limit on those. And you can't always wait. I know everybody sometimes thinks well, why don't we just wait and do all this tomorrow? But GSR has a 6-hour limit on it. So we had to collect that night, and we did so. And that's what I was referring to when I say GSR, is a gunshot residue test kit.
And Captain Chapman, related to the GSR retrieval, I know you mentioned that time limit, the expiring time limit. Is it your understanding that time, does that time limit refer to humans or just things in general, objects in general?
That refers to when we collect a GSR sample from an individual. That is our restriction from the SLED lab, is that it has to be collected within 6 hours of the estimated time of firing the weapon. And again, that kit, I mean, it's just as much for exculpatory as much as we would to convict.
Going back to Mr. Murdaugh's observations that you had of him, did he appear to fixate on one body or the other that were there?
Especially watching the camera footage, I didn't notice quite as much in person, but later scrutinizing the body cam, he does appear to fixate more on his son than his wife, but that's in that limited amount of body cam footage that I have.
You mentioned before the tire tracks that you observed.
Yes, or tire impressions.
Tire impressions.
Yes.
Okay. Let's set the scene. Set the scene for us, if you would, please. Describing the grass, and we've heard a lot about, there's rain, but moisture. Describe the scene, if you would, on that grass.
So if you come into the property and you go down the dirt road with Paul on your left, as you see in the picture before y'all, that gravel or dirt road between the kennels and what's referred to as the airport or the airplane hangar eventually ends in grass, a large grass area that separates that hangar from another shed. And in that area is where Mr. Murdoch's Suburban was parked with the flashers and the headlights were pointed towards Paul's body. But that entire area there is grass as opposed to the dirt or gravel lane between the two structures. And there's some very obvious at that time impressions in the grass, but they're not tracks like you think of that we could cast a track out of dirt, cast an impression and laid over wet grass from the dew. I mean, you're not going to be able to do anything with that other than to document it. And I did notice them. And I actually asked Mr. Murdoch if he could tell me, because was unaware of the body cam footage at the time. Could you tell me what direction you came from? And he told me that said he had come from the residence and pulled up here, turned around and went back the same route, confirming that the tracks around his vehicle, the Suburban, were his. And he said there should be 2 sets from where I arrived the first time, left and got the gun and came back. And I asked about the other sets that you could see. And there was one in particular that appeared to come close to Maggie's body, possibly. It had a light, and it happened to be that I noticed it looking at the ground in front of Mr. Murdoch's vehicle because the lights were shining on Paul that you could see that.
So the tire tracks, did you and Detective Wetland spend some time attempting to identify where those tracks could have come from?
We did try to follow them. One thing that started to bother me was that we didn't have a vehicle. We're trying to figure out how Maggie and Paul got to the kennels. It's a pretty substantial distance from the residence to the kennels, the property. And I don't know an exact, but I'm guessing probably 1,000 yards from the kennels to the house. And it's 10 o'clock at night, so I don't know what time they got there, but it's a pretty long walk, especially if you're planning on walking back in the dark. And did they drive a vehicle? Did they drive a four-wheeler or a UTV or whatever, a golf cart? But we see Mr. Murdoch's vehicle, and because he left it as instructed where it was. But we were trying to determine if any of these other tracks lined up with the position of any other vehicles that were on the property. There was a UTV with a flat tire. There was another a half-ton pickup in the shed across the grass portion from the hangar. I was thinking maybe those tracks would line up, or the impressions that were in the grass would line up with that vehicle.
Did they appear to line up with
They
either
did
of those
not.
vehicles?
They did not.
As part of your investigation, flash forward in just a little bit, did you operate and record 2 drone videos of the property?
I did.
I'm going to show you. I hand you what been marked as State's Exhibit 187 and 188. Briefly take a look at those 2 videos, DVDs, if you would. Let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, sir. Both of these discs I've marked as having previously viewed and confirmed their authenticity, one on the 25th of this month and one on the 26th of this month.
These would be the drone video recordings?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Your Honor, we would move to admit these into evidence, I believe, without objection.
Any objection? Your admit without objection, and ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a recess at this time. Please, recess.
All of the jurors are present.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Testimony, I'm going to show you a handful of pictures. I'm going to I've marked and I'm ask you to please identify them.
Okay.
You offer them all into evidence?
I am.
They are admitted without objection.
Okay, permission to publish?
Yes.
And I think, Your Honor, I think we established that the drone footage has been placed into evidence, and I would request permission to play that first, and then I'll go to, sorry. Captain Chapman, as we were discussing earlier, you did describe the process of what you did with the drones and why you surveilled the area.
took pictures with our drone just to give an overall. Some of the agents have different job descriptions that day. Some of my personnel had different job descriptions that day. In order to have something as a reference point to go back and work with later, we took the department issue drone and took a couple aerial videos so that we could use them for reference later.
And Your Honor, request permission for the witness to sort of direct the geography of the drone footage. Sure. And if you could identify for the jurors as videos played, what we're actually looking at. Appreciate it.
In the image currently, what we see is the main house, the residence.
And
the trees would be the main driveway that comes out.
all right. If you could identify that on the video, the driveway that you're referring to.
I'll walk up. Yes, sir. So this would be the main structure and the main driveway that comes out from it with the trees. Ladies and gentlemen, the main structure, a residential structure, and the main driveway comes away from it with the trees.
All right. And now looking down the road a bit, Captain Chapman. This road that veers to the left or turns left, what is that road?
So that would have been the route that was described by Mr. Murdoch as how he left his residence and came to the dog kennels, coming up the road with the planted trees, making a left here, ladies and gentlemen, there. And if you play the video a little farther, that road ends at the instant location with the dog.
And if you would, please describe for us what we're actually looking at with this dog kennel area, identifying the structures and the entry point for the road, the main mailbox area.
Absolutely. So this would be the area coming from the main residence. When we arrived on scene that night, or when, at least when I arrived, right here, positioned with the headlights facing down this way, would have been Mr. Murdoch's vehicle. You keep hearing reference of the airplane hangar or the main shed. That would have been the large structure here. The dog kennels are the smaller one you see in the background and one perpendicular. And the driveway goes out to the road. Do I need to show you, ladies and gentlemen, here? It's everyone able to see.
Please do. Just go through what these structures are.
So again, the roadway coming from the main residence. Here you have what's been referred to as the hangar. Mr. Murdoch's vehicle was parked in this general area here with the headlight shining down this direction. Dog kennels. This is the large grass area that we were referring to when we're talking about the tire impressions in the dude. And this is a separate structure that sits off to the side.
And where would the entry point for the Moselle Road be on this just still shot?
Following straight down between the hangar and the dog kennels, going all the way through the tree line, the Moselle Road entrance would be back here.
All right, I'm going to just play it one time without stopping. All right, thank you, Captain Chapman. I'm going to play the second drone video. If you would, please tell us what we're looking at from this perspective right now.
Yes, sir. So this would be the back portion of the airplane hangar. The driveway, the vehicles at the bottom of the screen. This driveway goes back around and connects back to Moselle Road.
And is this the hangar that you were referencing?
This is the airplane hangar as we've been referring to it.
What is this structure on the top side of this image in the far back?
I believe that's a cleaning shed for a processing shed for animals. If you're going to process a deer that you killed, it had like a walk-in freezer, sinks, floor with drain in it.
All right, describe to us what we're looking at from this perspective, if you would.
Certainly. So if you came in the Moselle entrance, which was the entrance that we were dispatched to, the 4147, and you turned by the mailbox off of Moselle Road and you came in the dirt driveway, you would be coming up between the two structures. You have your airport or airplane hangar on your right with the red tin roof, the dog kennel on your left. That was the vehicle that Mr. Murdoch was driving when, at least he said he was driving when I arrived on scene. At the time, the flashers were flat. I believe they actually still are in the drone video. The hazard lights are on all the way back from where dispatch initially advised him to cut them on for arrival. The large shed in the background back there is just simply another tractor shed.
And Captain Chapman is where was located when you on this picture.
So the dog kennels on the left of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, if you were to look towards the end of that structure, right where the gravel and the roof line are, and then step back approximately 5-6 feet, that would have been the location of Paul's body.
And where would the body, where would
would just be on line of the written hangar On the side closest to the Suburban.
The trajectory of the vehicle that Mr. Murdaugh was operating and actually left parked there, where would his headlights be directed to?
As it sits now, which I believe is the same it was when I arrived on scene, the headlights were pointed on Paul's body.
And this structure just past the white roof, which is identified as the kennels, what's that run structure there?
I believe that was like a chicken coop or a chicken pen.
Mentioned before when we were talking about the tire tracks that you know grass, that you were trying to identify the location of those tracks. Identify this black truck. Did any of the tracks line up to that black truck?
No, sir. That's what got us back to that location, looking at the tire impressions, was that we were trying to determine if that was the vehicle we believed that Paul may have driven to the kennels.
And did you truck to see if it was physically warm to the touch or?
It was not.
Here, Captain Chapman, the kennel run, I think you already identified, is that the structure with the white roof?
Yes, sir.
The silverish white roof in the background on this image? And the feed room located where Paul actually was sort of straddled, where would that feed room be in this image?
The right corner of that building, and you can see the white frame door just above the red roof. That would be the area of the feed room.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the witness to identify that on the screen, if you would.
Thank you, Your Honor. This would be the area of the feed room here. This would be the area of the feed room here.
While you're there, Captain Chapman, would you please identify in this angle where Maggie Murdaugh would have been located?
Yes, sir. Maggie was in this area here. Here.
Did you become aware through the course of your investigation of footprints on the side of the hangar?
Yes.
How did that occur? What brought your attention to that first, and what did you do as a result?
Detective Rutland approached me at some point in time after her arrival with the search warrant that she had located a set of prints. The prints appeared to be a flat style print, like a flip-flop or a sandal of some type, and that they were to the left of this hangar door in the dirt underneath the left lean-to of the hangar.
And if you mean to the left of the door in the image, do you identify an orange lawnmower there?
That's correct, in between that mower and the wall.
If you would describe what you did and what you and Detective Rutland decided to do to examine these footprints.
She came over and alerted me to the presence of the footprints or shoe impressions. I went over with her. We started at the side of the hangar here that you see in the image by the orange mower. At that particular point, you could only see those sets of tracks or shoe impressions in the dirt. We then walked around the other side, and you could see that they were also on the other side of the hangar, the far side of that structure. So then we made the decision to walk a line off of those tracks from one end to the other to ensure that there was no evidence of firearms, blood, anything underneath that hangar along those shoe impressions, which we did not locate anything but the single set of shoe impressions. And they appear to go from one end of the hangar to the other, turn around and come back.
I'll show you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 193. Are you familiar with that location?
Yes, sir.
Is that a still image of the area between the hangar and that lawnmower?
It is, sir.
And is that the location where you notice the treads, the footprints?
It is, sir.
All right. I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 194. Could you please describe what you see in that picture?
This is a picture of the the hangar structure.
I'm handing you what's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 195. Please describe what you see in that picture.
Again, another photograph depicting the shoe impressions along the edge of the.
And those are the true impressions that you personally viewed on scene at Moselle?
Yes, sir.
I'm also handing you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 200. Are you familiar with what that is a picture of?
These are the shoes that Maggie at the time, I believe they're crime scene or autopsy photos from afterwards.
Captain Chapman, we've seen a rear view of the car operated by Mr. Murdo that night. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And are those headlines directly aligned with where Paul's body would have been laid?
Yes, sir.
And from this perspective, where was Maggie's body located?
Close to the front of the Green Ranger to the left of the vehicle.
And from which direction did Mr. Murdo indicate he drove to the scene from? Which direction would that have come from?
Bottom right-hand corner of the picture that you're seeing now.
I could switch to. Captain Chapman, I'm just asking you to identify just very quickly. These are stills from the video feed. What does that show?
That's the dirt road between the hangar and the dog kennels.
Okay, that would be State's Exhibit 192. This is State's Exhibit 191. And what does that show?
That's the, like we said, a cleaning shed, processing shed for animals, had a walk-in freezer floor with a drain in it.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 190. What is that image of?
Looks like the area, the first two kennels closest to the.
Does that reflect the two kennels with the two dogs on either side closest to the feed room?
Closest to the feed room.
Okay. And I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 189.
That's the.
Is that another close-up of the water?
That's close up of the water just outside the feed room.
And I'm referring to the pictures we just reviewed. This would be State's Exhibit 193. Is that where you physically walked with Detective Rutland?
It is, sir.
And to be clear, when you observed the footsteps in the sand there, were they the only footsteps present?
There was only one style of shoe impression when we first observed that went from one side of the hangar to the other and back. And it was that smooth style shoe impression.
And you say there and back, does that mean the footprints to you indicated they walked one direction and then walked the opposite direction back? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sir. We weren't able to tell at which side they entered initially, but they walked completely from one side of the hangar all the way underneath lean-to the other side of the hangar, or turn around and come back.
I'm now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 194. Describe the types of treads we're seeing in this picture, if you could.
Certainly. If you remember, I stated earlier that after locating the shoe impressions, Detective Rutland let me know that the impressions were there. I went over, we checked both sides and realized that they ran what we could tell with a flashlight from one side to the other. So we made the decision to walk straight through, keeping the shoe impressions that we were concerned about in between ourselves and the wall of the hangar structure, never crossing those actual shoe impressions. We went from one end to the other just to see if they were joined by any other shoe impressions, if there was any blood, if there were any weapons, so forth. We made one trip down and back, and we did not locate anything.
And I'm now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 195. Would that be a close-up of these impressions that you observed?
It is, sir.
And specifically the items in the middle with the flat tread, would those be the footprints that you noticed that night?
Those were the ones initially identified by Detective Rutland and pointed out to myself. The ones with the shoe impressions with the actual designs that would be left of those in this photograph, those are myself and Detective Rutland.
I'm going to move to publish what's been marked as and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 196 and 197. These are images of sensitive nature, have the cover sheet. I'm advised counsel and our table to obscure the monitors. Showing you what's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 196. Are you familiar with what this is an image of?
Yes, sir.
What does this show?
That's the lower portion of victim Maggie's body.
And specifically referring to the lower portion of the body, but her footwear. Are these the footwear that you observed on her that evening?
Those are they appear to be an accurate reflection of what she was wearing the night I was there.
Were you able to compare those, the general size and shape of those foot treads to the ones that you personally observed on the side of that hangar?
General impression, they are similar in nature and design and size. There were no measurements physically taken by myself or Detective Rutland.
Thank you. I'm publishing what's been marked and placed into evidence as State's Exhibit 197. And this is a similar photograph with just a slightly different angle. Is that the same treads and same footwear that you observed previously?
Again, that what we believe that what we saw on the side of the buildings is a very close match as far as design and size as to those.
I'm showing you now what's been marked and placed into evidence as State's Exhibit 200. Are you familiar with that? I know you already described it, but tell us again what we're looking at.
Again, those were the shoes that were removed from victim Maggie's body at the scene, and the ones that we were visibly comparing the shoe impressions to.
Thank you. Out of your way. Did you at one point have a be on the lookout or a bolo placed on any in particular vehicle that night?
Yes, sir. I believe I explained earlier that we had asked if anything was missing from the scene and trying to determine how Maggie and Paul got to the dog kennels. And after checking the F-150 that was in the picture we showed you earlier, the dark colored F-150, and the Ranger had a flat tire, neither one of those matched up. I actually asked Mr. Murdoch if he knew how they got down there, and he said he wasn't sure, but they should have driven Paul's truck, which was described as a white Ford F-250. We noticed that the truck wasn't there. It wasn't up until that point that Mr. Murdoch, probably with everything going on, did not realize the truck wasn't there. And at that point in time, to our units at our agency, it was boloed out as possibly having been taken from the scene or removed from the scene.
And what happened? Were you able to locate the car eventually?
That was done sometime that night while we were on scene the very following morning. And I'd have to look back at notes to tell exactly, but I believe it was around 10:30, 10:05 next morning. That vehicle was located just inside Hampton County off of Highway 63.
Captain Chapman, referring back to the tire tracks, I know you spent some effort trying to identify the source and origin of those tire tracks. When you were attempting to investigate those tire tracks with Detective Rutland, did you have a chance to then observe Mr. Murdoch's demeanor?
Yes, sir. And we discussed, there were changes at the time.
What kind of changes?
Again, He did appear very upset, heavy breathing, distraught. When we asked the specific questions in regards to the tire impressions and we began looking at the tire impressions, it was just a change. The breathing slowed and he began to watch us work more closely, sometimes out the corner of his eye. And after we moved away from that area with the tire impressions, the demeanor change returned back to upset. Thank the court's indulgence. No further questions from the state. Thank you. Captain Chapman.
Sir.
Captain, my name's Dick Harpigan. I don't think we've met before.
No, sir.
I represent Alec Murdaugh. And let me ask you a couple questions. One, and let me deal with these in a different order. But you indicated that if Mr. Murdaugh had taken the pulse tried to take the pulse of his dead son on his neck, or his wrists were under him, did he indicate to you he tried to roll his son over?
To me, no, sir. He did not.
Okay, tried to move him at all. Secondly, if he did get blood on his fingers or hands, were you aware that there was blood found on his shorts?
I was not, sir. Again, I was asked only about my visible observations and just did not see anything at the time.
Right, nothing on his shirt that
No,
would
sir.
indicate. Okay.
And I was unaware that anything was found.
But you're not saying that you didn't see anything that would confirm, but he didn't smear
That's
blood on
correct.
himself, right?
That is correct.
But you're not saying that you have evidence he didn't try to check the pulse of his dead son?
I am not. No, sir.
Okay. So, and I think you indicated that his demeanor was consistent with somebody who had just found his wife and son butchered.
His demeanor upon my arrival and initial conversation with him was someone who was upset.
Okay, now let's talk. Just a moment ago, you said something about when you started looking at the tire tracks in the grass.
It was a change of demeanor. Yes, sir.
Well, a change of demeanor that perhaps he thought you had some evidence that would point to the killer of his wife and child.
Are you asking me if that was the change?
Was the demeanor consistent with that?
It was simply a change in demeanor.
Right.
And could it be?
Yes.
Sure, it absolutely could be. It was just a noted change in demeanor.
His interest.
Exactly.
Right.
Yes, sir.
You were over there looking at tire tracks, and perhaps you had discovered a different car or a different tire track, and did you follow all those tire tracks?
We attempted to follow out everything we could. As I mentioned earlier, it was just impressions, dew impressions, wet impressions, not actual tracks.
Did you take pictures?
By the time that we did that, the rain started and SLED crime scene was arrived. Again, we were rushing against the weather. The images, I believe we discussed earlier, were the only ones captured by body cam.
Right.
And
it's the body cam is not.
Our focus at the time was to secure the largest items of evidence that were identifiable to make sure that the weather didn't damage them. And by that time, SLED scene was on scene.
Okay, and now there was two other sets of tracks, one of them coming out of the shed. I believe your notes indicate that was the caretaker or the caretakers. Now, was that the caretaker that took care of the dogs or somebody else?
There was a set of tire tracks or impressions that went through the dirt underneath the hangar lean-to. Initially, we didn't know whose they were, what vehicle had left those tracks. In the drone footage, you can actually see the agent still processing those. Believe that later I was told that they matched the tire tracks of someone that came to take care of the dogs.
Okay. Now, we heard from the fire chief a little while ago. Were you here in the courtroom when he
No,
testified?
sir, I was not.
Okay. He indicated that there were, on the road that led out to the Moselle Highway, you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
No. Could we wait a minute. You do that?
I'm glad I was
Email.
Overview of the house and kennel.
What now?
Overview of the house and kennel.
I think I like this second. Well, no, go ahead and give me the first one. It may be in there. Okay, so were you informed that the chief of police had found some tire tracks on the road leading in or out to the Moselle Highway behind? And if you look at the screen, this road where the cars are parked on either side of the road, that is that road, correct?
For clarification, the chief of the fire department or chief of the police department?
I'm sorry, chief of the fire department.
Just want to make sure I was answering correctly, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, I was not made aware by Chief McRoy of anything back there, but it doesn't mean that he didn't see something.
He apparently informed your deputies of that. They never communicated that to you?
I was not made aware of any tire impressions of potential evidence down that driveway.
And I think Sergeant Green
Yes, sir.
indicated that it was communicated to him by the fire chief. Were you aware of that?
I was not, sir.
Till I just said it, you were not aware of that?
I was not made aware of anything that they believe was a possible extension of the scene that went down that driveway. No, sir, I wasn't.
If the fire chief had seen and he was testified he saw distinct tire tracks on that road, he thought it had some evidentiary value. He's not a police officer. Had you been made aware of them, would you taken photographs, or I guess they don't use plastic cast anymore? That's,
We still do. Yes, sir. I would have done my best to preserve it, whether that meant photographic form or protection by other means from the approach, and whether I would have.
okay, so go ahead and let that run for a minute. Maybe I'll stop it and deal with another issue. Okay, stop it right there. Okay, yeah, right there's good. Now, if you'll watch where I'm pointing to.
Yes, sir.
These are that's the dog shed right there, right?
That is correct, sir.
And right around it here would have been where Paul's body was.
Close to the end of that structure, yes, sir.
And Maggie's body would have been on which side of this, of Al's car?
The end of the red roof on the driver's side.
Right. Now, are you aware that he discovered the bodies, called 911, drove back up to the house, and then came back down?
From listening to his statement and from the 911 call, I was aware of it.
And
Yes,
he went and got a shotgun, came back.
Yes, sir.
And the shotgun was there, which sort of corroborates his statement, right?
I was made aware of that, yes, sir. That Sergeant Green took the shotgun from him upon his arrival and secured it.
And you can also hear the seatbelt dinging going on as he drives away, can you not?
You can hear that in the background of the 911 call.
Right. So this is where he came back, not necessarily when he pulled up to begin with, correct?
My understanding that is the way the vehicle was when he returned and the initial officers arrived on scene.
Right. So you don't know where the car was positioned. We first came down and discovered Maggie's body and Paul's body, correct?
My knowledge to it would be limited to his description of having taken a very similar route back to the house, but close, but not exact. Yes, sir.
Now, what is this green hedge or whatever?
If I'm not mistaken, it was a grapevine, but the structure on the other side of it, a chicken coop.
Okay. And do you remember how tall that grapevine was?
I don't know exactly, but looking at the image, it's fairly tall.
10 feet?
I would say at least.
At least. Now, if you were at the house, looking down this way, there's some pine trees between this area and the house?
There are, sir.
And then there's, if you're trying to look at the dog pens, there's obviously a 10-foot at least, what'd you call it?
The kennels?
No, the vine.
Grapevines?
Grapevine.
Yes, sir.
10 feet tall. So you could not see from the house the dog kennel because of the pine trees and the grapevine, correct?
I would venture to say you could not see the position of Paul or Maggie's body from the house
At night.
at night.
Right. And this is not a well-lit area down there, is it?
I don't recall it being extremely well lit, no, sir. There was some artificial light, but I wouldn't call it extremely well lit.
Okay. So go ahead and continue running the video, please. And this was done the next morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Keep going. Okay, stop. That black truck, whose black truck is that?
That's the vehicle that we checked that evening that I believe was titled as a farm truck, just around the farm truck.
And is that the one you checked to see if it had been driven lately?
That's the one that Detective Rutland and I looked to see if those wet tire impressions matched up to the position of that vehicle when we arrived. Those particular impressions did not, and the vehicle was not warm to the touch.
Okay, but that would have been the previous night?
The night of the incident when we arrived, yes, sir.
The night prior to this. That could Paul have driven that truck down there?
It would depend on what time he drove the truck down there, but the impressions that we were looking at, that we referenced when asked earlier by this Attorney General, they did not come to the back of that vehicle. They didn't come from that vehicle. Did he drive that vehicle to the scene? I can't tell you that, yes or no, but the impressions that she and I were looking at did not match the position of that vehicle.
Right.
Yes, sir.
But Paul earlier could have driven that down.
He could. It's very feasible he could have driven anything out there that night or earlier in that day, but just not that vehicle for those particular set of impressions.
Okay, go ahead. Okay. Back that up just a little bit, please. Back it up a little bit more. Back it up a little bit more. Back it up. Okay, wait a minute. Now, stop. So the tracks that you found from the caretaker, where were they?
In the image that you're looking at now, ladies and gentlemen, they would have been to the right of the open door in the center, underneath that large lean-to section. So the right side of
Come
it.
down here and point it out for me.
You want that?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You can actually see the agent's feet there, where she's still actually processing.
Okay. Were there any other tire tracks? Any other tire tracks? Go ahead, Dick.
Thanks.
That y'all processed other than those tire tracks?
To my knowledge, that was the only set that they actually, I believe the only set that they actually processed. By then, the only one left that wasn't damaged by weather as well.
Okay, go ahead. Keep going. Stop. So, and this road here goes out to Moselle Highway, right?
If you were to take the right T there.
Yep.
By the silver trucks.
Yep.
If you took the right, that would go out to Moselle Road. The left just loops around the airplane hangar.
Okay. And if the fire chief had indicated there were tire impressions back here in the dirt, he would have taken pictures or gotten plastic gas or something, right?
If I had been made aware that there was something there that someone thought may possibly be evidence, I would have done my best to secure it, but I was not made aware of any of that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Keep going. Okay, I'm done with this one. Can you put the other one up, please? That's the main house, the white building there.
Yes, sir. The Murdoch residence.
Keep going. Well, that's running. You can come down that driveway, take a left at that road, stop. And that if you kept going straight, you hit the Moselle Highway, right?
If you continued straight out the driveway with the planted trees on either side, that would be a separate entrance from the farm entrance.
Right.
It would have been the main entrance to the residence itself off of Moselle Road.
Right, the main entrance to come to the residence.
That's correct.
If you're going to the residence, you come in that entrance.
That is
If
correct.
you're going down to the dog pens, that area, the farm area, you take the entrance with the
I would assume so.
the post office box on it. Okay, go ahead. And okay, that's actually all I need. Thank you. let me ask you a few more questions. If I could see. The photos of the footwear, I think the flip flops or whatever. In one of your reports, you described that as it looked to you like someone had been pacing. Is that correct?
I did describe it as pacing, I believe.
Is that accurate?
Simply because it goes down, turns around, and comes back. It doesn't appear to veer off anywhere in between. And there's nothing, it doesn't start anywhere in particular. It goes all the way across, turns around, and comes all the way back.
Okay, and the pictures that, and I'm going to look at them here. Could I have those? The pictures that were put in evidence a moment ago. Can I use the envelope, please? Right. Okay. I can't see this. Huh. Where's it? Is that more? So there's two. No. Yeah, there's only two. This is 195. See the other pictures? The other two. So, yeah, no, this one. So as we see in this picture, there you go. Yeah, that's good. We see these flat marks, right? That would be the flip-flops?
The impressions we were following, yes, sir.
Yes. So they're like right here and here and here. And in some instances, these look like, actually, we blew one up and it's got an REI symbol in the middle of them. And they're, in at least one instance, over the flip-flop. Who's that?
The only prints that I'm aware of that we could see that night without blowing anything up was the image of the flat shoe wear that you see, and then what Detective Rutland and myself were wearing when we crossed through.
What were you wearing? That's like, I mean, is this y'all? When you walked over there or here?
Presumably so, because those images weren't there prior to us walking through. I don't remember exactly what shoe style Detective Rutland was wearing and myself, but.
So let me put this one up. Like this, okay. Again, you can see the pattern of the flip-flops, but you also see these patterned boots or shoes over the flip-flops. Are you telling me those were not there the night before, or you couldn't see them?
No, sir. What I'm telling you is when Detective Rutland and I first observed those impressions, there was nothing but a smooth, small, flip-flop style impression. Went down from one end, all across underneath the hanger, all the way to the other, turned around and came back, which is the reason that I referenced it as being a pace. Had it simply crossed underneath, I would have just said crossed underneath. But those were the only impressions. Then she and I walked down the shed, keeping those shoe impressions between us and the wall without stepping on them.
So those were not.
But we did not photograph them. That information from that point was relayed to crime scene because we had not done any photographs of all at all at that point. We were waiting on crime scene. So anything else that came through after that would presumably be crime scene that would have come and taken a look at the impressions, not us.
I'm trying to get two issues. First issue,
Sure.
Were those patterned shoe prints there the night before when you walked through?
The only print there were the flat, smooth ones.
So those, I'm not trying to belabor it.
I'm sorry.
So those pattern prints came after you saw them the night before?
Correct. The
Okay.
only impressions were the flat, smooth
Okay.
ones.
And you left and turned it over to SLED to process the scene?
While we were there, again, that was at some point in time while we were there that evening. I didn't leave until like 10 o'clock the next morning. At some point in time, that information was relayed so that they could photograph it. And I don't know whose prints those are. I would assume that they would have been agents that came down behind us and photographed or collected or did whatever.
So we were talking about crime scene integrity earlier.
Yes, sir.
Those aren't your footprints, right?
The ones that are, there is a set that would be myself and Detective Rutledge,
But not
but they're
the
not
ones-
going to cross over
Right,
any of
they're
them.
not- the
That's
prints that
correct.
cross over, they're not your prints.
No, sir. If it crosses over one of theirs, it's not mine.
Okay. Who took this picture, do you know?
I do not know.
But it was taken, you think, the next day?
It was taken relatively soon afterwards because it still shows the smooth prints. So it was either taken upon daylight, because again, we didn't leave until like 10 o'clock.
Right.
So I don't actually know.
So is this best practices to walk over evidence before you photograph it?
Can't say that because it wasn't myself or my detective that did that.
I'm just saying, you
If they were doing so while processing or while collecting, then and inadvertently stepped on one, it's okay because they have other ones to use. But, I'm sure that you would have to probably ask the person that stepped on them and took the photographs.
if one of your detectives had done this, you would not be happy.
I wouldn't be happy, no, sir.
Okay.
Not unless it was done after it was processed and for a reason.
Well, these are the crime scene photographs taken by, we think, SWED, or Solicitor Duffy Stone took some pictures the next day.
Sure.
Some agency other than yours, but certainly nobody ought to be walking across this stuff, right?
No, again, like I said, they weren't like that when we were there, sir.
Let me then go to one of the other pictures you were showing a moment ago. This water,
Yes.
these pictures taken of the water. Do you know when they were taken? I'm sorry. 189, 190. Do you know when they were taken?
I know they were taking that evening, sir, but I'm not sure if you're looking at stills off of a body cam or an actual crime scene photograph. So I don't know exactly when, but they were taken that evening, obviously.
In this picture right here, water seems to be coming from the pen, right? From the dog pen?
It appears so, yes, sir.
And there's two full pails of water there for the dogs, right?
In the picture, absolutely.
Okay. And then there's some additional water, and this is 189, that I'm not quite sure where that is, but that's consistent with the water you saw that night, right?
Yeah, the water that I saw that night, and it was captured very well on Sergeant Green's body-worn camera, came out of the first two kennels,
Right.
traveled down a short distance, and then over to where, at the time, Paul's body was laid.
So the water that was around Paul came out of the kennel, correct?
I don't know if that's where it came from, but it did come from that direction. And I did not see a hose or a jug or anything else, but it did tail from those first two kennels down to where Paul's body was.
Okay. Now, let me, so, this is 900 seal. 196. Pull that up. Keep going. No, this word, take it back down. Okay. Take it back down. Okay, stop. This was introduced to show what shoes she had on, right?
Previously,
Yes.
yes, sir, it was.
Now, on the back of her leg, right here, did you that night look at that dirt?
I did.
Did you see a footwear impression, partial footwear impression in that dirt?
I saw what could very well be a impression.
As if somebody put their foot on the back of her leg.
It was something out of mud that very well could have been a shoe impression.
On the back of her leg.
On the back
They
of her
put
leg.
their foot on the back of her leg. Do you know what analysis, if any, was done by SLED or any other law enforcement agency to determine if that was a shoe impression, and if so, what kind of shoe? Do you know?
I do not know, sir.
Okay. Thank you. You can turn the lights on, and how do I turn this on? Okay. Okay. So let me ask you, I got just a couple more questions, maybe. So so when you left that night for that early next morning, had you come to a conclusion as to any suspect?
Had I come, no, sir.
Are you aware that the next day, the next morning, that your department issued a statement that said, misquote, at this time, there is no danger to the public. If information is received that dictates otherwise, we immediately notify the public. Are you aware of that?
The Colleton County Sheriff's Office issued that?
Colleton County Sheriff's Department, yeah.
I'm unaware, no, sir.
Let me hand this article up to you. And Post and Courier.
Objection, I haven't seen this. I'm not familiar with anything council's referencing.
Now let's stand for a moment. Okay.
Opportunity to look at our
Media article. Question posed was whether he was familiar with the statement made. He said no. The media article contains all sorts of information not in the record. And
I haven't heard any exhibit being offered into evidence.
Your Honor, I offer into evidence the Post and Courier story, June 8th, next morning, 2021, which contains the quote, which I've just read.
In case he's not familiar with that.
So, was there a danger to the public the next morning? Were you afraid some serial killer was out there with a shotgun, AR type weapon?
I can't effectively answer whether or not there's a danger to the public when I don't have all the pieces to the puzzle. I am fairly certain that statement wasn't issued by us, and the reason I can state that is because we were not primary, and it is a big no-no for us to issue anything when we're not the primary body. So where that information came from, I'm unaware, and it was never asked for me to approve to send to the sheriff. It would have never came from.
Okay, and it run, that it did in the Post and Courier on the 8th. Would the Sheriff's Department have pushed back on that and said that's not accurate? Could be a subsequent story that I haven't seen?
I wouldn't have, I can't state that. The only thing I can tell you that when I left that morning, I didn't have any information that one thing or the other.
So when you left that morning, was Alec Murdaugh a suspect? Killing his wife and son?
When I left that morning, I would investigate.
Who was?
That would have been SLED.
So you gave the whole case went this way?
The whole case went to SLED. We were an assisting body at that
And you
time.
were never consulted after that by SLED?
I was not consulted in the sense that anything was provided to me. We have assisted. I have stored vehicles. I have stored property for them. I have stood by while they executed search warrants, but it was not in a manner in which the information or knowledge they had on the case was shared with me. It was the exact opposite.
On the night of the murders, did your department obtain a search warrant
We did, sir.
for all the property, the house, all of it,
It was obtained for the entire 1,700 acre property,
including the house?
including the house.
And was that executed?
It was executed beginning at the dog kennels at the primary scene.
But did you go to the house?
I did not.
Did your department?
We did not.
Who actually executed the search warrant?
The search warrant was provided that evening to crime standard protocol. When they come, they're going to ask for it. We have to show it. Sledge crime scene.
Okay.
It was given to them. And we stayed, myself and several of my detectives, several were sent home so they could come in the next morning. We stayed and assisted. I didn't leave till 9 or 10 o'clock the next morning.
Did you go in the residence?
But no, sir. The drone footage that you saw was the last thing I did at that scene that morning, and then I left and went home.
What about that night when was the search warrant executed that night?
After that, after that incident there, or that search warrant was executed, I did come back later that day and did a walk around of the property that we've been discussing all afternoon. I have never been to the main house.
Never been in.
I have not been in the main house. Not during this incident or any other incident.
Someone from your department going to the main house.
Not that I'm aware of. It wouldn't have been, not as an investigator. None of my detectives went over there under my direction.
So you gave a search warrant to SLED, the crime scene.
Yes, sir.
That gave them the authority to go in the house, correct? That's
It gave them, it was signed off on to cover the 1,700 acres.
right, but I'm specifically talking about the residence.
Any structure.
They could have gone in the residence. They could have taken all his clothes to check if they wanted, right?
They could have. I don't know that they didn't.
Well, we're going to talk about that later on. They could have. You're familiar with trace evidence, many cases where they check out or evidence, right?
Am I? Yes, sir.
Yes. And they did that or not?
I do not, again.
No, if you can, with the appropriate technology, use look at microscopic evidence, see whether it be blood or tissue, or if somebody tried to wash something, you can actually still, in a washed piece of clothing, detect blood or detect tissue, even after it's been washed. You remember that?
Am I? Yes, I am.
You know what? Under that search warrant.
Presumably so, and I'm not saying they didn't. Again, Mr. Orwell.
But they could have. I'm not saying they didn't either. We're going to find out. Sure. You were on that property.
We're here for you.
Guns, evidence of any sort of crime. Again, in the shower, in the sinks, trace evidence. They had the authority to do that.
To answer your question, as long as they stay within the scope of the actual warrant that was signed, I don't have that search warrant, and Detective Rutland was the one that actually got it. If they stay within the scope of that search warrant, and they're only searching inside that scope, they had the ability to search structures, vehicles, only 1,700 acres, as long as they're within the scope.
Detective Rutland tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Hold on.
Like, sir.
Having said that, Your Honor,
I can't see.
Any redirect?
Can you pause it? What are we?
Hey, lady. I like the mask. I'm screenshotting it. Unmute.
She's literally right here. Look, I'm gonna turn it up. It's right here, but if I turn it up, Jennifer, send the link. Kristen, you're gonna have to come with me on this one. What are you covering? Hold this, babe.
The Murdoch case, and
hold the phone. I'm gonna take the hat off. Hold on.
I was just trying to.
Okay.
Okay.
What exactly are you covering?
The Murdoch
know
case.
Okay, Jennifer. She wants to go in. You're live too.
I just wanted to go in the chat.
Yeah, Jennifer. It's Jennifer. Spell your last name so she can come in.
Or what's the name of the channel?
It is
Jennifer Benavides, The Dark Side.
Oh,
just
okay.
the dark side. I wasn't trying to interrupt. I just happened to scroll and see you live, and then you were covering something, and I've tried to look at your content a little bit and comment. Man, all these drama channels and you doing a lot on your channel. You people, hey everybody, and let me tell you, all them lurkers out there, everybody and Queen OG loves you. They were
Thank
all.
you.
They even put your link for your channel on OG's. They were all talking good about you, and there was a lot of them in there. I wish I could have screenshot that. I can't share.
How do I add mod? Because I'm doing like clicking on the name and putting my thing over the name. How do I add people as mods?
All right, I have no idea. I would think that you would click on the name. I don't know. I've never done a YouTube, girl.
If I click on the 3 little dots, it blocks them and all that crap, so I can't do that.
Okay.
If I go on to their name, it's wanting to show their comment or hide their comment.
Okay. What are you trying to do exactly, kid?
Right, bubblegum, don't hit block. I'm trying to add some mods.
Well, okay. Hey, is there a mod in there now? Is there anybody that's ever been a mod in there now? Bubblegum, I thought.
Nobody's been a mod on my channel yet. I just done StreamYard tonight.
No, not on your channel. I'm saying I think Bubblegum, I thought I seen her have a wrench in somebody's channel. I just don't remember whose.
Her and Days is trying to walk me through it, but
let me jump off here for a second. And I'm going to help my girl get on your channel. We may come back up, but I don't want to interrupt your crime thing. I just wanted to come in and say hi.
Okay. Yeah.
We love you. We'll be down
Love
here.
you.
Love you, Brad. Love you, Brad.
I'm figuring it out, y'all. I'm figuring it out. Let me know if Bubblegum and Days, if you have wrenches. Oh, no, you didn't, Days. No. Thank y'all. Shoot. I'm telling you, I appreciate it. I hadn't even thought about that all night long. I'm getting ready to end this broadcast, though. But tomorrow, I'm going to pick it up and finish out this one. Plus, I'm going to do another video to upload on this with some pictures. I don't know. There's nothing really dramatic, but I kind of want to go through all the whole case from beginning to end, from the hit and run, all the incidents. And so I'm going to do a video on it tomorrow, and then I'm going to finish the trial here. Thank you, ladies. Yins, have a wonderful night. Or morning. I keep forgetting it's morning time. It's time to get up. Hey, lady. Hey, Kay. Hey, I figured out how to make mods, so give me 1 second. I'm not going to go crazy like Buddy does, though. Yay. I figured something out. I'm going to go ahead and jump off here. I've been up since I don't even know when, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Days, be sure and drop your links if you have a wrench. And don't forget, Days does karaoke on Friday nights, and I have been practicing a song, and hopefully I don't like do it terrible and nobody ever wants to hear it again. But y'all have a wonderful morning, and thank you again. Yeah, be sure and drop all your links. Thank you, ladies. Love y'all too. Bye-bye.